You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Here is your slate for college football on Saturday, September 16th. It all gets going at noon Eastern. Number 3, Florida State versus Boston College on ABC. The Seminoles, minus 26.5, over under 48. Also at noon on Fox, Penn State at Illinois, Nittany Lion 14.5 point favorite, over under 48.5. LSU is at Mississippi State, the number 14 Tigers, 9.5 point favorite. K-State at Missouri, Southeastern Conference Network, the Wildcats, minus 4, over under 47.5. Notre Dame hosts Central Michigan, 2:30 Eastern on Peacock. Fighting Irish, 34.5 point favorites, over under 51.5. 3:30 Eastern on CBS. South Carolina is at the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs as they hunker down in between the hedges. Georgia giving up 27.5, the over under 54.5. Bama is a 33 point favorite at South Florida, over under 61. That game can be seen on ABC at 3:30. Number 20, North Carolina, 3:30 Eastern on ESPN. Tar Heels, minus 7.5 versus Minnesota, over under 51. The Duke Blue Devils, number 21 in the land, 18.5 point favorite against Northwestern. Ohio State, 29 point favorite against Western Kentucky at 4 o'clock on Fox. Number 8, Washington Huskies are at the undefeated Michigan State Spartans. UW, minus 16.5, over under 56. At 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN, the Tennessee Volunteers, number 11 in the country, are at the Florida Gators. Vols giving up 6, over under 58.5. Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, 18 point dog at Ole Miss, 7:30 on SEC Network. The Colorado Buffalo, Deion Sanders, 23 point favorite, over under 61 versus their in-state rival, Colorado State. Other games of interest outside the top 25. In the SEC, Vanderbilt is at UNLV, 7 o'clock Eastern, CBS Sports Network. Vandy giving up 4.5. Arkansas, undefeated, hosts undefeated BYU, 7:30 kickoff, ESPN2. Razorbacks, an 8 point favorite, over under 48. 7 o'clock Eastern on FS1. Maryland, 2-0, hosts 0-2 Virginia. The Terrapins, 14.5 point favorite, over under 47. Undefeated Louisville is at Indiana on the Big Ten Network at noon. Cardinals, 10 point favorite, over under 50.5. Virginia Tech is at Rutgers, 3:30 Eastern on the Big Ten Network. Scarlet Knights a 7-point favorite. Well, Syracuse is a 2.5-point favorite at Purdue. 7:30 on NBC. Pittsburgh and West Virginia renew their rivalry. 2.5-point favorite. The Mountaineers at home. Over under 47. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
My Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub call. Really, this is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com /at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good morning. Are y'all ready for some college football, some NFL football? But first, old man radio, me and Doug gonna bitch about a little bit of baseball. Got him.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Doug, I hope you're doing good this morning. How are you, sir?
I am. I'm doing well.
What game are you most excited for today on this? You know, this college football slate's a little less. I mean, all it needs to be said is ESPN's trying like hell to promote Deion Sanders taking game day to Colorado, playing Colorado State. Snore. All right. What game are you most excited about today?
I'm really intrigued by the Tennessee-Florida game today. And I don't usually say that, but this week I think it's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm most looking forward to. I've got the Braves broadcast at 4:10, so my hope is that the game is well over and ready to watch that particular game. I know that Tennessee is a favorite in this game, and I get that, but they don't feel like a favorite to me. It feels like a pick 'em. Neither team is. I get that Tennessee's undefeated, and I get all that, but they have not played like a top 10 team. And
that's an understatement. If you look at what Tennessee has played this year, it's horrible. They did okay. That's just because Virginia in week 1, just because Virginia is twice as bad as they are. Then last week, how can you barely get by Austin and look horrible the entire game? Anemic is the word.
You know, one of the questions I have with that whole thing is, are they playing a little close to the vest, right? Did they not want to show their full cards? But I'm with you. They should have been able to just manhandle and maul Austin P. There shouldn't have been there never should have been a question about it. And so that's it's about a 6.5 point spread is what I keep seeing. What are you leaning right now?
Well, that is kind of my the play my hand a little bit early. That was kind of my underdog pick this week.
Florida.
That Florida would take him. I mean, this has got upset written all over it, especially playing in Gainesville at night.
Yeah, they. I don't know if that means what it used to, because that used to.
Done. Now we can finally play the game. It is the third Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville.
Well, that played a little earlier than I wanted it to. You can't add this stuff to the stage without it just like blaring in there. They really need to fix that. But anyways, the game itself, I feel like when it feels like the team that wins the turnover battle is the one that's going to end up squeaking it out, that doesn't feel like a touchdown favorite to me.
No.
And I know Florida looked terrible in their first game. And I know they looked really good in their second game. And anyone who wants to play the other side of it can easily point out, well, who the hell did Florida play? Who did they beat? And I get that. They basically beat nobody, right?
Right.
But at the same token, it's more so, it's not as much as I think Florida is a little better than people think. I think Tennessee's not as good as people think. And it's mainly because you've got a team that was really good last year that folks are hoping will live up to expectations for this year. And this quarterback situation at Tennessee, to me, is the biggest question mark. But we'll get more into that. Let's go ahead and transition into Major League Baseball as we get your Saturday rolling. We always talk a little bit of baseball during this time period, y'all, and then we'll transition back into the football. But we want to get you caught up, especially this time of year. You need to know what happened last night. Rays beat the Orioles. That's a big one. Braves lost to the Marlins. It's a big one for the Marlins. Not a big one for the Braves, but and let me tell you, Brian Snow coached it like it, or managed it like he didn't realistically care.
I was going to say, because I watched that Braves game and I kind of closed my eye. I figured I assumed that at a certain point you were going to win. I'm like, okay, you're playing the Marlins. I closed one eye, then all of a sudden I opened my eye again, and the Marlins are scoring runs like crazy.
Well, I mentioned it, and this isn't hindsight 2020. I mentioned it at the time while I'm doing the broadcast. Brad Hand versus Jacob Stallings, bases loaded, 2 outs, lefty righty anyways, soft tossing lefty, right? And Brad Hand goes out and gives up that bases clearing double. Stallings not a great hitter, but he was 3 for 4 lifetime versus Hand going into that at bat. They had Pierce Johnson, the right-hander, warming up in the bullpen. There's no Joe Jimenez was warming up as well. There's no reason why you don't go get Jimenez to try to get out of that mess. Because the one thing that you could have lived with Jimenez, if he came in and gave up 1 run, but 3 with 2 innings left, it makes it really damn difficult. I know the Braves had the best offense in baseball, but at that point, what you're showing me as a manager is that you're not really trying to win.
Yeah.
And so that was incredibly frustrating. Other games of interest: Blue Jays won. Guardians beat the Rangers. Twins won. So let's go ahead and get into the standings going into today. You look at the American League real quick. The only thing of real interest left is, there's actually a lot of things of interest, but what is of interest right now, Baltimore and Tampa Bay are in a tie for the American League East. Tampa Bay has ran them down. Now, technically Baltimore has got them on winning percentage because they have one less loss, and Tampa Bay has one more win. So look at that however you want to look at it. But they still have 2 more games this weekend. I think Tampa's winning today. It's Tyler Glasnow versus Grayson Rodriguez. I think that's an incredible mismatch. The only way Baltimore salvages this is if they win tomorrow's game and leave that series with a tie. Tomorrow it's Kramer versus Littell, and I kind of give Baltimore the nod, especially if they've already dropped the first 3.
Yeah.
The West, how the West will be won. Houston leads Texas by a half game. They lead Seattle by 1.5 games. Dodgers beat Seattle last night, so the Braves didn't gain any ground in the National League for the best record of the National League. Then we go to the Central's done. Milwaukee got a 1.5 game lead now. The Cubs have absolutely spit the bit. They've choked it away. They have no chance.
No, I don't think they do.
They do have a chance to get in the wild card.
You got to be careful. They got to be careful because they've been playing some really let down bad baseball.
Yeah, they have. I'll tell you what, when you need W's down the stretch and you're losing 2 of 3 to Colorado and you lose the first one to Arizona, it's not good. It's not good. And they've got to get it together. I will say this, Chicago's got a very favorable schedule down the stretch. So keep that.
Giving up ground like they did, and I may be a homer right here, but the Reds have closed the gap between them and the Cubs, and they do. And right now they are in that final wild card spot by virtue of a tie, because we own all the tiebreakers with every team vying for this final spot, except for the Giants. And I think the Giants will fade. I'm not too worried about them. But
yeah, the Giants are in trouble because the Giants play the Dodgers 10 times in the last 7 times in the last 10 days.
Yeah, and we've got an easy schedule. So, and the fact that the Cubs have given ground.
Now, are you just talking about the head-to-head matchup ties that you have?
Yeah. If the season would end today.
So the problem with that is the biggest problem you have with that is you need to go and look and see what the tiebreaker would be if you end up in a 3-way tie, because they're going to go to it's not going to be head to head on a 3-way tie. It's going to be much like they do with all the others, right? It's going to come down to I don't even remember what the hell they go to, but it's not head to head on a 3-way tie. On a 3-way tie, just like the National Football League, they'll go to probably best record in the National League or something, against common opponents, that kind of crap. So you might want to look that up. But
they would say right.
Hopefully it doesn't come 3 wide and you're good. But
I didn't think it would. I was just looking at it right at this point at the season we're in today. We're in just by virtue that we've got a better series record against Arizona. So
you're in-ish.
In-ish, yes. I mean, we're all hanging. I mean, you got 5 teams.
You would not be in if the season ended today. You know why? Miami's a half game behind both y'all. Miami would get to play that half game. And if it ended up in a 3-way tie, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what the tiebreaker, what it goes to. If Cincinnati, Arizona, Miami all come down to a tie, you need to look at what the actual tiebreaker is in a 3-way tie, because it doesn't go head to head. Because you would think it would, but they don't do that. They don't do it in baseball. They don't do it in football, which is who they kind of took their lead from. They don't do it. It'll probably go down to best record in the National League is what I would guess it would be against National League opponents. And I don't have that in front of me. So you'd be in-ish right now. So
right. Anyway, I'm just saying we're playing better. We've been taking series after series when we're taking at least 2 out of 3. So we're keeping ourselves relevant and we're keeping things close. Because now I think right now with the Cubs losing yesterday, I think we're only a game and a half behind them now, I believe.
Correct.
I think. So,
Correct.
So right now, all I'm saying is the Reds are playing decent baseball. They played a great game last night. They beat them. We beat the Mets last night. So I'm just saying.
You got the Mets, then you're at home against Minnesota and Pittsburgh. You got to love that.
Yeah.
Minnesota's a solid team, don't get me wrong, but they're first of all, Minnesota's starting to pack it in because they've got that division wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh sucks.
Yeah.
And they go to Cleveland. Cleveland's packing it in. They go to St. Louis. The only thing St. Louis would love to play spoiler just because it's a division rival. But other than that, I think you got smooth sailing when you compare it to, let's see, let's take a look at the Cubs and let's see what the Cubs have left. Because if the Cubs, because it could come down to who's the higher rate. Now, here's my thing. We were talking about this the other day with Joey on. I'm going to be honest with you. I would rather be the 6 seed than the 5 seed because the 5 seed has to go to Philadelphia.
Exactly.
The 6 seed goes to Milwaukee. I would much rather play the Brewers than the Phillies.
Well, always remember, as a Reds fan, I'll tell you, and the way this season has gone, a lot of people would rather play the Phillies, and only because it seems like the Brewers have our number no matter how good or bad we are.
Okay.
It's like they live rent-free in our head. Well, so there is opinions that we'd rather play the Phillies than the Brewers. But I get what you're saying.
Well,
but
that's fair. I'm looking at the Phillies are a better team. You can just look at the head-to-head Philly and Milwaukee, but some teams just have your number, and I get that part of it. Now, you look at the Cubs, they're home against Pittsburgh after this Arizona series and Colorado. I mean, if you're the Cubs, you need to win 4 or 5 of those games.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go to Atlanta for 3. Now, what Atlanta will still be playing for on September 26th, I don't know. So that could be a situation where they get some scrubs. Then they go to Milwaukee to finish it off. But Milwaukee will already have the division wrapped up, so what are they going to be playing for?
That's a divisional spoiler idea with them and the Cubs, because the Brewers don't like the Cubs much more than we do. So
yeah, I get that, but if you're Milwaukee and you have a series starting on Tuesday, you're not putting your best bullets out over the weekend.
That's true.
So if I'm Milwaukee, I'm setting up for that. So that's the only problem you have there. Now, that doesn't really affect the Reds making the playoffs. That affects what seeding you get.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying this from day one. Well, not day one, but I've been saying this for the back half of the stretch that I thought it would be Philly, Cubs, and Reds, and I still think it's going to be that. I think Arizona just is. They don't have the pitching depth to get there. And I don't know. Tell me where I'm wrong, because I damn sure don't think it'll be the Marlins. The Marlins just don't have the offensive firepower. They're going to end up falling apart. The Giants have too tough of a stretch. If the Giants make the playoffs, they earned it. They earned it because they have an absolute it's in a dumpster fire. Real quick before we switch to football, the Marlins, they've got the Mets, who usually have their number. They're at home against the Milwaukee Brewers. They're at the Mets and at the Pirates. They don't have a tough stretch, but I think they're going to get Milwaukee's best foot forward next weekend, because Milwaukee's still going to be trying to clinch.
Yeah.
And then you at New York and at Pittsburgh. Any way you look at it, they're going to be trying to play spoiler, and the Marlins don't play well on the road.
No.
All right. Let's take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little NFL before we have to switch gears with Tones and Joey jumping on here in just a second. We'll be back in a flash.
Just want you to stop saying odd. You get any sleep last night?
I don't sleep. I just dream. It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table, matching chairs, bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Shula soon changed sunbathers into flag wavers as Miami earned instant success under his command. In 1970, Shula's first season as coach, a team that had won only 3 games the year before, won 10 and made the playoffs. In his second season, Miami won 12 and reached the Super Bowl. In 1972, Shula's third year, the Dolphins were literally unstopped, winning 17 straight, including Super Bowl 7.
Armchair.
Okay, welcome back in. It took me forever. I finally found the autumn wind thing, Doug, and by the time I found it, it was time to get back on to getting. So anyways.
No worries.
We will do that next week. We'll get it in. Real quick, just want to talk about the Raiders, and then we're going to switch gears and get Joey and Tones jumping in here. Raiders, what'd you think going through the first week?
It was good that we won, but one of the things I said last week, I wanted to see if the Raiders defense had changed, if they had improved. And boy, I didn't see much improvement last week. I mean, they played good enough, but this is against a Denver offense that's still a little bit of chaos. And they did not play well against the run as well. So right now at this point, I have to say the Raiders are probably not much better than they were last year. I didn't see that much. That would give me hope for having a brilliant season.
I'm not impressed with Denver still. And they I know they had a couple of plays at the beginning. It looked like, oh, maybe they got something. And then it looked like the same old Broncos.
And that's what I'm saying. If this Raiders team had improved, they should have dominated. And they got out of there with a 17-16 win. But that wasn't saying much, considering we're playing Denver.
So you're going to Buffalo this week. Buffalo's giving up 8 points over under 47. Buffalo coming off a short week. I really like Las Vegas and the points. Anytime you're coming off a short week, off a Monday night, a physical game at that. And normally I'm always telling you West Coast versus East Coast, watch out. But 8 points is a lot to cover, especially second game of the season. Everybody looked like crap. Give me a score, a prediction for Bills Raiders.
Bills Raiders, I say the Bills win 28-24.
Bills win 28-24. If that were the case, you lose a close one, but you lose to four points on the road in Buffalo. Do you take that as a good sign?
Yes. Yes. If we come out of here within 4 points, yes. We went head to head what's supposed to be one of the better teams in the NFL. I'm satisfied. I mean, I want to win the game, of course, but if we come out close and it's a close, kind of bloody struggle, I'll take it.
All right, let's reset. Let's bring in the boys. It is kickoff time. Here we go.
See.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid. That's Desmond Howard going in motion on 2nd down and 5 for Michigan, playing on real grass at Michigan Stadium. Throw it to the sideline. It is intercepted. Florida State was sitting and waiting for it, and Terrell Buckley has scored a touchdown. How do you do?
56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone for the play. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
It's thrown out. He's going to go deep. And I mean deep. And I mean touchdown, Florida. Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
Barkley trying to bounce it. And does escape. Saquon Barkley in the clear. Still going. Saquon Barkley all the way to the end zone. Electric. 79 yards. It's a 31-30 game. And what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for 2 and take his shot at winning. I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
And if in 48 seconds they become the winner, they certainly deserve to be national champions.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State, one of the great traditions in college football, and this becoming one of the nation's favorite rivalries. It's a battle for flagging rights and recruiting advantages in the state of Florida as the Gators come calling, and Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida. It's the Gators against the Seminoles on an overcast day in Tallahassee.
Moody flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Today, we've got #1 Seminoles against #2 in the capital city of Tallahassee.
Welcoming in Tones and Joey. How are you, boys?
Ready to rock and roll on this beautiful Saturday. We're Central Michigan, Notre Dame bound eventually, so that should be a fun one.
Stop it, man. You're making me and Doug jealous. You're going to go watch Central Michigan play.
Well, I think Doug's joining the game. He just disappeared.
He might be. We'll figure it out. How are you, Joey?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Can't wait to see Notre Dame win by 30 and hopefully continue their path to Ohio State week next week, but that's next week. First things first.
I can barely hear you, man. Speak up.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Speak up, son.
I'm speaking as good as I can. I do the same.
I can hear him loud and clear.
I don't know what to tell you.
I can hear you. Joey's coming in kind of low. Are you whispering like how big was she last night? Like
no, I got 2023 AirPods here, so we're all good over here.
You're over here trying to
no. We're good.
Try not to wake her up, man. Be cool. First thing she's gonna want to do is eat. No. Just calm down.
2023 AirPods, baby. Born and raised.
Zizzing. Zizzing.
Zoom.
Get that taser out. He's coming in early.
So, I'm confused. How far away are y'all from the stadium?
Like 2 hours, a little over 2 hours.
Yeah, about
2 hours.
They're pretty much trying to get there right at game time. We're not going to be getting there early, that's for sure.
2 hours. Okay. So, all right. And the game starts at what, 1:30 your time?
Yeah. So if we leave, we're going to leave at like 11 o'clock. So we're going to be cutting it close.
Okay. Well, I guess that's not. Yeah. I mean, it's not like let's be honest. There's not a lot of tailgating going on for Western Michigan, right?
No, and we're kind of old now. All the kids there could barely see over the countertop.
Oh, you're too young to say you're old, man.
Yeah. And the fans there get some interesting action in the stands. Last year we seen some college kids going at it, let's just say, friskily in the stands. So never a dull moment there.
The Catholics aren't so Catholic.
What is the line on that game today?
34.5. Notre Dame's given 34.5.
Barn burner.
Yeah,
I probably would. To be honest, I don't even think I'd touch that game.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would be inclined, if I was going to take it, would buy a point and take Western Michigan and hope that they can stay within those 5 touchdowns. But I don't love it either way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you do take Notre Dame, you got to hope it's not a look me over week to Ohio State next week. And if you take Central Michigan, you just hope their defense can stop a nosebleed. So
I like to call that a Tones Areola special.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm not a fan of either of these teams.
For some random ass conference, and he's like, "You got to bang the under in the first quarter, man." I'm telling you, I've done the research.
I've actually watched a couple Central Michigan games now because I have gambled on him. And, their offense is electric. Bert Emanuel's electric. He's going to make plays out there today that'll shock a lot of Notre Dame fans.
Look, I'm not trying to toot our own horns, but I'm going to tell you right now, this morning, I'm over here getting ready for the game, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, for the show. And I was like, all right, let me put some stuff on in the background so I can keep an eye on what's going on in the world of football and whatnot. Dude, there's nothing to watch. I mean, first of all, game day's become unwatchable.
Mm-hmm. It really has.
And this morning, it's been nothing but a tongue bath for Deion Sanders.
Could they stop that already, too? It's like ESPN is turning so ridiculously bad.
Yeah, it's trash. You know what there is a groundswell to help Deion Sanders and to bang the race drum, right? They had Sports Center at Colorado last night. They never take Sports Center to their site, right? They normally, unless it's like the national championship game or something, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. But they never do that. And who is it? The biggest race baiter of them all, Elle Duncan, is on the platform. She was the one that ran off a couple of really good anchors, including Sage Steele. She was behind that whole thing. If you go back there and you do the research, she was one of the biggest ones that just basically shamed Sage Steele because she claimed both her parents and both sides of her parents, both her dad and her mother's race. And that's essentially what got Sage Steele boxed out of ESPN. And now Sage Steele made some money off of that, and good for her. But this has become absolutely nauseating.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking for anything to put it on. But here's the problem. I go to put it on CBS Sports HQ app. I'm going to give y'all 2 guesses, one apiece, what the hell they were talking about this morning right before I came on the air. I was like, what am I watching? Joey, what's your first guess?
Colorado.
No.
I'll go with golf.
The WNBA, I think playoffs. I don't know what the hell it was.
Oh, yeah.
Someone breaking down the WNBA something. I was like, where's the remote? I couldn't find it fast enough. I want to just rip the cord out of the side of the wall so I can just turn the TV off. God, what if something important falls out of my head and I'm over here telling you who the player of the game last night was in some WNBA contest? My first reaction was, God, they're still playing that crap? Like, where the hell are they?
They're in the bat cave somewhere complaining about, inequality. But yeah, WNBA, just one of those things where it'll never click for me. So glad we don't have to talk about it here, really.
Yeah, I was like, holy crap. So you either have the WNBA breakdown or you get the Deion Sanders tongue bath. Then I put it on VSiN. It's really hard to find nowadays, but I know of a back way to do it. And whatever show they had on was crap. Like normally they have all the statistics everywhere. It looked like a couple of dudes sitting in their shed, in a dimly lit shed with with one light bulb swinging. Like they finally have the normal stuff on. I'm like, what are we watching? What has happened to my America, man? It's falling apart. It's falling apart.
Looks like a good day to watch the Armchair QB tailgate, that's for sure.
To hell with Biden, to hell with Trump. I'm running for president next year, and my platform is going to be make college football Saturdays great again, because this sucks. This whole thing just sucks, man.
You mean you don't like seeing the cardboard cutout of Lee Corso? It's like, Jesus, they need to get him out.
Nobody's doing anything about it. No, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, nobody's doing anything about it. They're just worried about this other junk. Fix my college football Saturdays, my guy. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I mean, hey, pretty soon, Brian Crook's Miami might have to borrow some of those AI robots from the Rams, the way that stadium's been looking. So,
I think they already did borrow some AI robots to play. They played Bethune-Cookman.
You mean Ed Reed's former employer?
And I don't know what's going on now. Did they get rid of the? Oh no, that's right. The Bear left. So so that makes it even worse. So they no longer have the Bear on College Game Day, who I enjoyed. Now they got Stanford Steve over there, and he's got some just bunky ass orange. What is that? It's a refrigerator, and he's got magnets on it. I don't know why orange. Both of these teams, that's not their school colors.
Yeah, so maybe he woke up in the mountains a little too close to the sky there.
Yeah, I don't get it. I still don't know what the hell happened to Doug. I texted him, he didn't answer. So.
I told you he's heading to the Notre Dame game right now.
Yeah, I think he got abducted by aliens, so I don't know what the hell that's about.
We'll toast one in honors of Doug.
Here he is.
Hey,
Doug finally reset his Wi-Fi, I think. I see him, but I don't see him, so I don't know why I can't see him.
What up, Doug?
I'm going to add him right back real quick. I don't know what's going on here.
Doug.
Yeah.
Doug, for some reason I don't see you, but is your camera on?
Yeah, I'm taking care of that right now. I was there.
Great. All right. I didn't mean to wake you up, man. My bad.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Hey. Finally. I was off for like 2 seconds and then I couldn't get back on for a little bit.
Okay, I thought you had downloaded something you shouldn't have downloaded, and you were.
Well, yeah, that was part of it. Yes, it was part of it.
All right, fair enough.
Had to quickly get that away.
Cops are going to be at the house in about 10 minutes.
Well, I'm
No
gonna
cops, no shenanigans, no shenanigans.
the areola rule. Keep your hands where we can see them.
Yeah. No training patrols, nothing. Nope.
Okay, so I actually have this thing written down so we can stay on track.
Well, we're off that.
That track left the stadium. I'll tell you what, it's still better than whatever the hell's on these other channels.
I like women's basketball.
Is that what you were doing? Were you getting the breakdown of the women's basketball championships so you could break it down? Thanks, appreciate that. Right.
Yeah, no problem. It's what I do.
Do you like the over under today in Salt Lake City versus Seattle, or aren't those things?
I'm just waiting. Yeah, I just was putting down my parlay bets. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We went over Notre Dame. Basically, it's a boat race. I expect to see from Penn State, don't you, Tones?
Yeah, really, I just think that
is it on Peacock again?
Notre Dame is.
I think it's on FS1. I want to say today. They moved up in the world.
Eye on it. You know, the more and more we talk about Notre Dame, Penn State, like, all right, I'll pull for the guys' team and everything. I'm like, I am not downloading Peacock to watch from Delaware. I'm just not going to do it.
No, and it's one of those things. I actually got invited to the Penn State U of I game today, but I already committed with the fellas to Central Michigan Notre Dame, so I'll be listening on the way up.
So that game, isn't that an early game as well?
Yeah, this one's at 12 Eastern.
Okay. That's when Florida State kicks off at 12. They were worried about the Hurricane Lee being an issue up there. Doesn't appear to be. I was checking the weather today. They're expecting it to be clearing out around kickoff, and they're expecting the winds to have calmed down quite a bit. Now it's gusting right there right now. I can see bags flying about. So I don't know if you're thinking about taking Florida State minus the points, just realize something. The weather could be an issue. So they may not be able to air it out, and they may play very conservative. I still think they get the win, but 25.5, that's a big spread.
I will say I watched a little bit of Boston College last week. They look really bad against a lowly Holy Cross team. So I don't know if it was a look me over week for Florida State for them or what, but Boston College looked really bad last week.
I mean, if you're Boston College, you can't look over anybody.
They barely beat Holy Cross.
You need to be looking over your shoulder, make sure that some dude's not transferring in and take your job. That's what your look over needs to be. I'm very proud of Brian. He actually spelled Boston College correct-ish.
What?
Brian kind of spelled Boston College correct. We all know he's a little dopey. He didn't know that you need to capitalize college, but that's
third time's the charm.
That's what you get from DU. But he did capitalize Boston, so he was ish. He's in the neighborhood. Why'd you get so damn defensive? Are you a Boston College or a Brian Crook fan? What's going on there, Doug?
I'm a huge Brian Crook fan.
You say something about the Raiders, I swear to God. Ray Melinikoff is the GOAT. Shut your damn mouth.
You said it. Absolutely.
Real quick, if you're looking around the rest of what we like to call Yankee football, what are we looking at in the Big Ten today that's got y'all? I know Notre Dame's not Big Ten yet, but Notre Dame's headed to the Big Ten. Just deal with it. Get on board with it now, Joey. They're heading to the Big Ten.
No, absolutely. And honestly, I wouldn't mind that. I think a conference like most of us would help that out. If I'm looking around in the Big Ten today, I mean, there's not a lot of good football to be looking at, to be honest, on this slate. But, hey, a Peacock game, Washington at Michigan State. Obviously, everybody knows what happened with Michigan State over the past couple of weeks in their coaching situation. But Washington's number 8 in the country. They are laying down a good amount of points, but it is in Michigan State. Maybe they'll have some type of rallying effort to get things going, and I'm intrigued to see if they could keep the game close at all. Because if you look around the Big Ten otherwise, Northwestern probably be blown out. Ohio State will get a blowout. I'm going to bring it to Washington at Michigan State and say I'll keep an eye on that one in the
that line is either extremely way too big or it's nowhere near enough.
I can't decide.
Either A, Michigan State's going to go in there and play inspired and keep it with a 16.5 points. That's a big spread at home. Or they have checked out and Washington's just going to walk all over them.
Mm-hmm.
If it was an earlier kickoff, I'd be all about the Spartans. But it's 5:00 and it's on Peacock. I'm not downloading that, so
I could see Washington upending them. When I'm looking at the Big Ten, I like Minnesota, North Carolina a lot.
Yes,
battle of
game.
2-2-0 teams. It's on ESPN at 3:30. Drake May's obviously one of the best up-and-comers for the 2023 NFL Draft. The Minnesota head coach is a hot commodity to land other coaching jobs. So I'm really looking forward to that one, Minnesota, North Carolina. Although we'll miss it, I'm looking forward to the highlight clip.
Yeah, I think by far that's the most intriguing game. I will say this: Syracuse and Purdue,
yes,
should not be the NBC game of the week at night, but it's an intriguing game. Like, what the hell is NBC doing, man?
Real.
Are they in cahoots with trying to promote Deion Sanders, get you to watch that game? Syracuse and Purdue, that's the game?
Yeah, that's a tough sell for some, but hey, you're 2-0 Big Orange, you know. How about that?
Looking for Purdue in that upset today.
I mean, that's the game that they pick. I think you get more eyeballs if you would have put Penn State and Illinois on there. Because people who don't realize how bad Illinois may be this year would go, hey, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
They really cleared that schedule out for this Deion Sanders Love Fest. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's a little I mean, Colorado State isn't really deserving of all this. I mean, come on.
No.
Well, Colorado's going to lose their next 2 games. That's the problem.
Colorado State is terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
There's no reason to have game day at Colorado State.
I remember when game day used to be going to the best of the best. Now they're going to the click.
Colorado. Even worse. If it was at Colorado State, I'd say, okay, maybe there's something there. They're at home. It's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, that's even worse.
I'll be dancing in the streets if Colorado State pulls off the shocker, man.
Everybody, you would never hear Deion's name again.
I would love to see that damn coach from Colorado State walk off and goes, "Don't you take your damn glasses off?" Woo!
You see, Deion gave his entire roster glasses, trying to motivate them.
What are they? The Rams? Jeez. There's no. I mean, there are so many. It doesn't make look. If I was picking it, maybe they just don't feel. They feel like they've been there too many times. It's not big enough this year. But I'd be in Gainesville, covering the Florida-Tennessee game. There's a number of different places that would not even register on my radar. I'd be in Athens, South Carolina, Georgia. It would be a little nicer if South Carolina had not gotten handled by North Carolina. But I'd be in North Carolina covering North Carolina, Minnesota before I'd be in Colorado.
Yeah, at least you got 2 competent teams, right? I mean, in Minnesota and North Carolina, and you got Drake May.
The rule ought to be, if we're going to go to game day and go there, the Vegas line has got to be under a touchdown or lower. It's got to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got to come up with something.
This is just...
Yeah, you wonder how well. I don't think it'll do too well, and I think they'll learn their lesson. I think they're burning people out on Prime. I think Prime has a lot of fans, but at day's end, you could only get so much coverage of one guy, especially a head coach, right? It's not like they're covering their 2-way player a lot. It's not like they're covering his son.
Yeah, exactly. They're not covering Shedeur Sanders. They're not covering Travis Hunter. It's all about Coach Prime.
Yeah, and that's a shame. I mean, I do love what Prime's doing, but it's about the players at the end of the day. And I think Prime would have told you that just a year ago.
But what is he doing? That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
He's 2-0. Okay? Against a bad TCU team, and you can make an argument probably a worse Nebraska team.
Yeah.
So what is he? If they want to go to Oregon next week to cover Colorado, Oregon, I could have been on board with that. You know why they're not going to do that? Because
boat race,
the lunch handed to them. They're like, no. If they wanted to go to Colorado in 2 weeks when they host Southern Cal, I can get on board with that. It'd make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
This is junk.
What are you talking about? It's rivalry week, baby. Colorado's.
We're going to once and for all find out who is the second most important team in the state behind the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, man.
Hey, the Dixie Football Conference in our draft didn't even want Colorado State. They got left out. I think you left them out, McGee. You took Colorado, and you said, I'm okay on Colorado State.
Hey, one thing about that Penn State-Illinois game, I saw them talking about this yesterday. Remember 2 years ago, that thing went to 9 overtimes in Happy Valley.
9 overtimes, or U of I sadly won.
It was a low-scoring 9 overtimes, wasn't it, too? It was like 20-18 or something like that.
Yeah, and it got to the point where you put it on like the 2 or 3 yard line or whatever, and neither team could just score a dang touchdown.
Yeah, that was I think that was the first year of you have to go for 2 after X amount of turnover. Maybe they started that during the pandemic, but regardless, it's the first one I remember. This is. Anyways, back to the tongue bath of Deion Sanders. What's your favorite attribute about Deion? No, let's dish.
His glasses.
I don't know what makes him a better coach. His glasses or his hat. I'm going back and forth on this.
I think the hat.
I think they just wanted an excuse to go skiing in Colorado.
Yeah, during the day they get their fun in, and then all right, we'll go. It's nighttime. We'll go do whatever.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to hit the Southeastern Conference. Doug, before you take off, before we lose your internet again, we'll give you first dibs today on stupid underdog picks. What's your stupid underdog pick?
Stupid underdog. I had said it earlier. Florida beats Florida over. Now I can't think of who they're playing. Tennessee.
And I'm showing 5.5. So Florida plus 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that means money's coming in on Florida.
Hands up, Mac.
Keep them up until the break. Oh, and what's your lock of the weekend?
And the lock is up the Detroit. The Detroit Lions beat the Seahawks by their line 4.5.
Doug, you want me to bring out my Jeff Saturday shirt?
Yes, please.
I would ask you what your one big thing is, but I think this is the one big thing.
I think it is. I think it is. My God, it looks like jazz hands on a Broadway play right now.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk the Southeastern.
Oh, okay.
Be back in a flash.
We're off the tracks.
Well off the tracks. We'll be back in a flash.
All right, they're here. I got to get under the bed.
All right, Chef Mac Magee here, going to teach you how to do a little dish for the Tennessee-Florida game, 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. Vols, Gators, let's do it. We're going to take a pork tenderloin, already bought the Old Hickory seasoning package, and we're going to add the Holy Grail. We talked about this before. It's going to be equal parts pepper, salt, and garlic salt. We're going to rub this down here in 1 second. Now, this is something that I pre-mix at home. Going to get it rolling in here. Get a little more because we want it on the bottom as well. This is going to take about an hour to cook. I prefer to go 325, conventional oven because it slow cooks it just a little better. If you go 350, just realize you don't want to overcook it because it will come out just a little drier. So I say 325 and you're going to do about an hour. All right. What you're going to do, I'm also adding some steak sauce to it. And in the end, now that I've got this nice and rubbed down, take the gloves off, add just a little bit of water. What the water is going to do, it's going to cook it much, much more moist and won't come out so dry. I'm going to cover this and we'll show you the finished product here in a second. Okay, so what we did was we cooked the tenderloin in the oven, 325, about an hour. It wasn't quite up to temp, so I let it sit there for a little longer in the oven at about 250 and brought it up to temperature, let it sit there in the juices, and then we went ahead and pulled it out, put it on the cutting board, and now we're just going to cut with the bias. As you can see, it'll just cut very easily and have it set up for when you make the sandwich in just a moment. You want to make sure that not only does it temp, but that it looks incredible like that. Okay, so here we go. Browned the bread, toasted it in the skillet. We showed you that. We're going to do the chicken itself. We're going to give it a little bit of onions, peppers, mushrooms. Now you can do this one of two ways, it's up to you. You can either melt the cheese over it or melt the cheese under it. We'll show you the finished product in a second. This one I did over it. The first one we did under it. Put a little parsley kick in there, and then we'll add bacon. Bacon, you're just going to crisscross, and there you have that. Okay, final. Here we go. We did some hand-cut fries. You got the pork. You got the cheese melted on it. You got the bacon. You got a little bit of parsley. We did orange red onions, orange and white for the Tennessee Volunteer colors, a little orange for the Florida Gators, and finish it off with some mushrooms, and there you have it. Big sandwich for Tennessee, Florida, this Saturday night, 7 Eastern.
But, you know, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. 'Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer, and he's full of
Welcome
snacks.
back.
The All-American man.
As we go diving into Southeastern Conference football. And of course, the big one, Alabama travels to South Florida today. I saw a breakdown of why that took place. Thought it was pretty interesting. So they're going to South Florida one time. South Florida is going to come to Tuscaloosa twice, and they don't have to pay the huge fee you normally have to pay. The other thing is they're wanting to face the offense. It's essentially the same offense that the Tennessee Volunteers run, because the coordinator came from the Heupel system. So it's interesting in that, if you want to buy into all that. I'm not sure if I do, but I thought it was a great way to spin it. They're like what are they, like a 5-touchdown favorite? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a big snore.
34, yep.
That is going to be an absolute snore fest. The first game I want to talk about, because we got to get into that Florida-Tennessee game, but I don't want to get sidetracked. Make sure that we talk about anyone giving South Carolina a puncher's chance against Georgia.
No, I'm not giving him a puncher's chance. I think they'll have a puncher's chance at covering the spread. That I will give him a puncher's chance of getting to 27 points and keeping it close with the spread. I think they'll cover. I think they'll lose by around 24 to 27, right in that ballpark. So they'll either cover or push, but I don't see this game being close by any means. I see Georgia winning by at least 17.
What say you, Joey?
I'll go a little bit closer, but not too much. I mean, I think they'll keep it within that, maybe the 14 to 17 point range pretty much all game, and then something happens at the end. But it's like we mentioned earlier, it's a little disappointing that they're not 2-0. Spencer Rattler and his boys are 1-1 after that loss to Miami last week, and I don't see the trains getting back on the track against Georgia. I think they lose.
They lost to North Carolina.
Oh yeah, that's right. Who did Miami beat last week? I always get those two mixed up.
Miami beat A&M.
Yeah. So either way, though, they're 1-1, and I don't like that matchup.
I'm sure Hurricane fans would like to claim that they beat South Carolina, but they didn't. They played Texas.
That's right. The All Carolina Bowl.
They took on that big old bad Bethune-Cookman. So that's a.
I don't know what was closer, Bethune-Cookman staying in that game or Ed Reed's time of employment at their university.
What did he get fired for? Something about he was cussing the facilities or something?
Remember, he was walking around and he's like, man, you guys got to take care of this campus better. It looks terrible. It looks beat up, blah, blah, blah. He threw a couple extracurricular words in there. And, next thing you know, he was getting fired. And that's when Prime called to save the day and said, you're better than that, Ed. You're better than that. And it felt like a docuseries at that point. But, yeah, it was touching. It was touching.
Honestly, for Ed Reed to complain about facilities, considering what his alma mater's facilities are, it's kind of funny. But looking at Georgia versus South Carolina, man, I've just got a feeling that Rattler's going to be running for his life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to be needing a Segway to get around out there.
And they couldn't slow down North Carolina one bit. So how's this going to play out? I still think Georgia's going to play it close to the vest. I'm with you. I don't think they cover the spread, but I don't feel comfortable enough to take South Carolina and the points because they very well could run them over in the second half. But man, it's hard to believe, considering all the preseason hype that Rattler and Beamer had, that is a 4-touchdown spread right now.
Yeah. It is. I mean, it's a big spread. Even for a game as such, it's a big spread, and Georgia hasn't really been playing the best of the best. So,
all right, moving on from that, I try to get some interest in there. We got a lot of Georgia fans who watch the channel, man. But I try to throw a dog a bone, literally, but man, it's hard to.
I mean, as you said, McGee, if South Carolina just even looked competitive against North Carolina. I think we're a lot more excited for this one, but the fact of the matter is North Carolina toppled over South Carolina, and people were high on the Spencer Rattler buzz. I think they got knocked off their totem pole a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we're also looking at something too that it's like Tone says, Georgia doesn't play anybody. They're scared to play anybody. They're what was it you said earlier, Tone?
Yeah, well, we'll save that when no Georgia fans are listening. But yes, at the end of the day, their schedule this year, for whatever reason, for better or worse, appears to be a little weaker on the surface. And I know they've had a back out.
Play out of conference Giants. Like I can remember on one hand how many times Georgia's played someone out of conference that's considered a real threat. They always play the lower ends, and then they get ready for the SEC play. This is why I want to get rid of all these other. I want to go to 3 major conferences, and I want every team to play like 10 conference games, and we'll have like one Bobo game, one homecoming type opponent, and then you have one out of conference opponent in case there's something that doesn't line up for your, let's say Florida State goes to the Big Ten. I still want them to be able to play Florida, right?
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, like, what in the hell are we doing? Like, college football is going to have to get in line and start making these weekends more important and more interesting, because people never talk about this, but their viewership crashes on weekends like this. And you can't have that. You need a steady flow of people going, all right, what's the game this weekend?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head, brother.
Yeah, because the next couple weeks are loaded, but this week.
Yeah. Now next 2 weeks are fun, but it's a little better than it has been. There have been a couple of weeks over the last few seasons where like we've had back-to-back, sometimes 3 weeks in a row where you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
But anyways, past that Georgia game, let's get into Florida, Tennessee. I really think that is the game of the day, to be honest with you.
I agree with that. I think Florida has the potential to honestly maybe upset them. I'd give that one a puncher's chance at the upset.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if that game doesn't come down to the wire.
Yeah, really, it's kind of crazy to think about that we're already in week 3 and this game means so much to each of these teams. I mean, whoever loses this one is really kicked in the leg, it seems like. Both of these teams need a win here early on.
Tennessee, Florida. So right now, as I pull this up, Florida's -5.5. The over-under is 56.5. I think that over is a little high. I think we're going to get more of a punch and Judy type offense from both sides. I think Tennessee and Florida both going to eat the clock. So I feel like that line's a little high. I'm more likely to take Tennessee on the money line and pair it up with something, or put them on on some sort of a teaser, than I am to take the -5.5. I think if Tennessee wins, it's going to be a nail biter. And if I'm taking it one way or the other, I want those points in my pocket with Florida.
Yeah, and Tennessee, I mean, I know they've won both games by double digits now, but Virginia, Austin Peay, it's not like they look like the, world's greatest show out there. So it'll be interesting. And anytime you play a Florida team, they're out for blood within the SEC. I think I would lean with Florida in the points as well.
The only thing I will say is that they were patting Florida much too much on the back for a 49-7 win against McNeese.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this last week. McNeese. This isn't even McNeese State. This is just McNeese. McNeese, they have not been good at all. They lost 49-7 to Florida. The first weekend, they lost by 18 at home to Tarleton State. Oh my God. I didn't even know they had a football program. I see them on the college basketball landscape all the time. I didn't know they had a football program, and they lost by 18. I watched that game. Florida looked like they outweighed McNeese's defensive line by about 250 pounds a person. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Oh, and that's why I kind of like the under as well in this game. I'd probably still give up the 7 points in Tennessee just because I feel like, Tennessee's had a cakewalk, but in Georgia's 2 games when it mattered, they got 11 points against Utah, and then obviously we just talked about the great McNeese. So I think I would take the under, and I think Tennessee slightly covers that 5.5 points. I think they'll win I'm going to go 27 to 20.
One for you, Joey, if you want to have fun with this one, right?
Yeah.
Give me the Gators and the under on a teaser. Because then you're talking about getting 11.5 points at home with the Gators, and you're talking about the game staying under 62.5.
I could deal with that, yep.
Come on, let's go.
Ride it.
Florida rushed the ball 51 times last week against me. And I do believe both teams realistically were playing very close to the vest, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think either side, Florida or Tennessee, were going to show the other side what they wanted to do.
All right, true.
But I still think both teams are going to rely on that running game. And remember something, talked about this at the beginning of the year that I think is getting overlooked to a degree. The new college football rules with the clock, it's going to lend to lower scoring games. I don't think we saw it as much at the beginning of the season, but now we're getting in the meat of the schedules, the bigger games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that I think you're going to see the lower scoring games, and you can pounce on an over and under like Florida.
I agree with you there, McGee, because when you look at it, if you add up all the seconds and time that they make up for the time rule change, that's at least one drive, if not 2 drives throughout the game. So you're taking at least one chance, if not 2 chances of scoring off the board.
Yeah, after week 1, there were a handful of coaches that were complaining that they were only getting 3 to 4 possessions and a half.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're used to something for so long, I feel like it's hard to shake it, and it's just one of those things college football will have to keep playing through because times are changing, and it does go quicker.
The funniest part about the whole thing, it hasn't shaved much off the games, like the actual game itself, because all they did was they extended the commercial breaks.
Exactly. So it's like, what the heck are you doing? You might as well just have left it at that point. But they want the money.
They're trying to trick us, is what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, look what we're doing. We're really out there, really trying to shorten the game. They're not shortening the game. You're shortening the time that we see of the game.
Yeah, had to stay up.
Protecting the players now. They're protecting their pocketbooks.
Yeah, the games are still taking over 3.5 hours.
Yeah, if you want to finish a Hawaii game, you might got to be up till 3 a.m. nowadays.
And I've said this for years that college football games are too long. People always want to bitch and moan about a Major League Baseball game. Like, what? I think the thing's over within 3 hours. But okay, they cut the time off, and now most baseball games fly by. Last night's Braves Miami game took forever because Bryce Elder is just a damn turtle on the damn mound. But all in all, doing these games day in and day out, I can tell you right now, I see a huge difference. It's normally below 2.5 hours. Most games I'm doing average around 2:20-ish, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these college football games, whew.
McGee, the game we did last, the Braves game, I forget if it was the Yankees or who they might have been playing, but I think it was right on the dot 2 hours, like flat. Yeah. It was crazy.
And I want to say that was one of the games where there was actually a handful of pitching changes.
Yeah, it was. It was.
The only thing that slows down a game nowadays, A, the pace of the pitcher on the mound, obviously, but B, if you have a bunch of pitching changes in the inning. So if your pitching changes are taking place at the beginning of the inning, you're fine. But every once in a while, and we'll see it more come postseason, but you'll see a guy go to start out like the 6th inning, And they really just want the lefty to face the lefty, and once he does that, they're going to pull him, right?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of stuff that can slow the game down. But even still, it's not that these college football games. I'm telling you right now, the big game of the night, Florida, Tennessee, 7:00 kickoff. Ooh, Deion Sanders is going to get mad because that game is going to bleed into his game.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, call me crazy. I'd rather watch Syracuse against Purdue than the Colorado State game. And it's going to bleed into his game a little bit too, I think.
They're going to piss off the Southeast. Do you want to hear what they're going to do? 10:00 Eastern, Florida, Tennessee is going to be tied heading into the fourth quarter, and they're going to flip that over to the Plus or, ESPN News, and 10 Eastern live right there is Colorado State kicking off.
Jeez, that would be not good. Let's just say not good.
I would love to see that, man. Eating the popcorn. Oh yeah, let's watch Twitter just melt down.
Elon would have to come in and do something because the app would be overdrafted with all the tweets.
Yeah, what do you mean the Plus? I don't have the Plus. We don't get that up here in Appalachia.
The same math class.
Yeah. They man, seriously, what has happened to our college football, man? It's
they still talking women's basketball over there?
They're interviewing some random kid on the field. He can't be a player, I wouldn't think. He is. I'm gonna put it this way: I seriously doubt he's a player.
Piggybacking off the lack of tailgates, I usually have Big Ten tailgate on. This morning they were showing a food show about foods around all the campuses of the Big Ten. I'm like, I might watch that, but not on a college football Saturday.
They've got I don't even know what they got some kid out there who doesn't look like an athlete that's going to try to kick a field goal is what they're doing.
What is this, like the half court shot for money when college basketball?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me like that Dr. Pepper challenge,
Yeah, I got you.
Like that they're trying to tell you what, the kid took his damn shoe off. Kick it.
Didn't John Daly make a field goal recently?
Yeah, John Daly did drill one the other day.
Why are you taking your shoe off unless like you're an accomplished kicker? And next they haven't kicked without shoes in 30, 40 years.
This is what game days come down to. Non-athletes kicking field goals without shoes on. Geesh. Just ugly.
I'm assuming it was some kind of I don't know what the hell it is. It's trash. They run out of stuff to talk about, man. The guest picker today, by the way, is The Rock. What is his tie to Colorado?
They said he's going to walk out with Deion Sanders out of the tunnel for the game tonight.
But what is his tie?
Being clickbait.
But he went. I don't think he graduated, but he went to Miami. So are Hurricane fans now ticked off about this?
He's the new Drake of college football. He shows up where he wants and does what he wants.
I'm just going to start referring to him as Colorado graduate, The Rock.
Really? Oh, maybe that's why. Boulder has a lot of rocks in it. He's nicknamed The Rock. Maybe, he's putting two and two together. Maybe he feels like he belongs.
What is you can't even shoehorn that in and say, well, it's because no. What is his tie? He played college ball in Miami. He never played NFL, right? He was wrestling, right? Or so
he tried to make it, but no one. Lesnar got a chance in the NFL. The Rock did not.
I mean, what? You couldn't get some Rashawn Salam up in there? You couldn't get somebody?
Hey, you couldn't get Laviska Shenault at this point?
I could see more if you had Rocket Ismail in there because at least he beat Colorado. I mean, what are we doing? Cordell Stewart? You couldn't get Cordell Stewart?
Bring in Jokic. Bring the Jokic.
Bring in Peyton Manning at this point to bang the drum.
Man, I'll tell you what. I never noticed it until these commercials started playing. What are they trying to sell? Pizza or something? Dude, George Kittle, that's an ugly bastard.
Him and Hawkins.
I mean, he is oof.
Him and Hawkinson are having an ugly off, I think.
And how can Little Caesars afford to have him, Fitzpatrick, and I forget who the other guy is, some random no name.
Fitzpatrick's been eating Little Caesars.
Yeah, well, dude,
it's the inflation of the
George Kittle. It looks like George Kittle's been grating Little Caesars cheese with his face, man.
The caveman Kittle.
If you saw him randomly, you didn't know who he was, you would think meth addict. You just would. Big meth addict, but you would just like, that dude's on meth.
Meth mouth.
That's the only thing that explains all of this that's going on. Man. Man, the rails fell off again. All right. The hell were we talking about? Oh, yeah, it's football day. You can tell it's a big slate when we got this kicking. Other games of interest. Okay, so real quick, give me a prediction of Tennessee, Florida.
I'm going Tennessee 20. I'm going Tennessee 27, Florida 30.
Okay, so Florida 30-27. Joey, what you got?
I'm going to go with Tennessee at the same points, 27, but Florida's only getting 20. I think Tennessee wins 27-20, and I'll take the under.
I think the Gators cover. Give me the Vols to squeak one out in wild fashion, which means I'll be doing Saturday night Bible study with my buddies from back home. They'll be calling me left and right. Give me the Vols 23-20. I just feel like this is, 24-20, and Graham Mertz throws a pick in the end zone to end the game.
Wow.
24-20, Graham Mertz goes Graham Mertz.
You like that?
Joey, we're coming up on your time here. Let me get your stupid underdog pick.
Okie dokie, let's do it. And I'm going to go to the SEC, actually, and go against my favorite, Brian Kelly. I'm going to take Mississippi State +9 at home.
Oh, you're dog face pony soldier. That's where I was going.
Jeez,
what did you call him?
Dog face pony soldier. It's like, geez.
I let you call him a dog face. It's like, man, no need to call him George Kittle, okay?
Well, sorry about that, but yes, my pick is Mississippi State in the 9 points, super underdog.
What is your lock of the day or the weekend?
A game we talked about earlier a little bit, actually. I'm going to go to North Carolina and actually take them giving up the 7 points. I do believe it will be a fun game against Minnesota, but I think at the end of the day, North Carolina on their home turf will win by about 10 points or so. So give me North Carolina -7 as my lock.
All right. What is your one big thing that's going to happen in the world of football this weekend?
Well, the one big thing is Colorado is going to win by 500 points, and game day is going to be upset that they went there. But in all seriousness, it's, you can't look over teams this week. I call it look over week. We have a big couple of slates coming up. So for teams like, in the Big Ten that are fighting, scrunching out, don't overlook your opponents with the big spreads. Take care of business. Move on to next week when it matters most.
All right, brother. What's your walk-off?
Go ND, go Irish. I'm headed out now. Gotta go. Deuces.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Steven's in the bullpen. We're going to get into a little more college football, a little NFL, a little fantasy football on the way. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD, youtube.com/Braves Country. Braves Country, if I can get it out. The Armchair Quarterback Tailgate Show. I need to have one more thing to have to say as we go to break on these Saturday games.
Your tongue ran out of energy after the Dion segment.
We'll be back in a flash.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Here is your slate for college football on Saturday, September 16th. It all gets going at noon Eastern. Number 3, Florida State versus Boston College on ABC. The Seminoles minus 26.5, over under 48. Also at noon on Fox, Penn State at Illinois, Nittany Lion 14.5-point favorite, over under 48.5. LSU is at Mississippi State, the number 14 Tigers, 9.5-point favorite. K-State at Missouri, Southeastern Conference Network, the Wildcats, minus 4, over under 47.5. Notre Dame hosts Central Michigan, 2:30 Eastern on Peacock. Fighting Irish, 34.5-point favorites, over under 51.5. 3:30 Eastern on CBS. South Carolina is at the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs as they hunker down in between the hedges. Georgia giving up 27.5, the over under 54.5. Bama is a 33-point favorite at South Florida, over under 61. That game can be seen on ABC at 3:30. Number 20, North Carolina, 3:30 Eastern on ESPN. Tar Heels, minus 7.5 versus Minnesota, over under 51. The Duke Blue Devils, number 21 in the land, 18.5-point favorite against Northwestern. Ohio State, 29-point favorite against Western Kentucky at 4 o'clock on Fox. Number 8, Washington Huskies are at the undefeated Michigan State Spartans. UW, minus 16.5, over under 56. And at 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN, the Tennessee Volunteers, number 11 in the country, are at the Florida Gators. Vols giving up 6, over under 58.5. Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, 18-point dog at Ole Miss, 7:30 on SEC Network. And the Colorado Buffalo, Deion Sanders, 23-point favorite, over under 61 versus their in-state rival, Colorado State. Other games of interest outside the top 25. In the SEC, Vanderbilt is at UNLV, 7 o'clock Eastern, CBS Sports Network. Vandy giving up 4.5. Arkansas, undefeated, hosts undefeated BYU, 7:30 kickoff, ESPN2. Razorbacks, an 8-point favorite, over under 48. 7 o'clock Eastern on FS1, Maryland, 2-0, hosts 0-2 Virginia. The Terrapins, 14.5-point favorite, over under 47. Undefeated Louisville is at Indiana on the Big Ten Network at noon. Cardinals, 10-point favorite, over under 50.5. Virginia Tech is at Rutgers, 3:30 Eastern on the Big Ten Network. Scarlet Knights, a 7-point favorite. Well, Syracuse is a 2.5-point favorite at Purdue, 7:30 on NBC. Pittsburgh and West Virginia renew their rivalry. 2.5-point favorite, the Mountaineers at home, over under 47. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Give a damn about the whole state of Florida, the whole state of Florida, the whole state of Florida. We don't give a damn about the whole state of Florida. We're from Tennessee.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback. He's kind of fun and he's kind of fat. The All-American man.
Welcome back. Tennessee, Florida Day, which is about the only game you can really get hyped up about, no matter what game day tries to tell you. How are you doing, Steven?
I'm doing fantastic. Another weekend of football. Let's get to it.
I mean, you could make the argument Miami Bethune-Cookman is just as big as Colorado State. I'm just putting it out.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something as a Hurricane fan. What do you think about The Rock being the celebrity guest picker for a Colorado game in Deion Sanders? How weird is that? Like there's no tie.
Yeah, I think that's just trying to get a name in there.
It's just corny, is what it is. It's so transparent. It's ridiculous.
I mean, like you're better off getting Russell Wilson to stop by.
I don't know if y'all caught this or not, but Wednesday on First Take. Did you hear about this drama?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Wednesday on First Take, the ESPN Stephen A. show. It's normally Stephen A. and Chris Russo.
Is this a Terrell Owens thing?
I don't think he has anything to do with it. But Chris Russo and Stephen A. Smith normally do Wednesdays together. It's the one day that Russo comes on. This past Wednesday, I didn't watch it because I always forget that Russo's on, and I can't take Stephen A. and his race baiting takes that he normally has. But when Russo's on, I usually try to catch it because he's usually very entertaining, and the two of them together I think are very good. But now that they got Jello Mouth on the show, now I know I'm not watching it. I know some people love Shannon Sharp. I'm sorry, I can't understand what the hell he's saying. Sounds like he's eating a bowl full of Jello, trying to, tell you his thoughts on. I don't even know. I've never understood him. Anyways, on this show, Roger Goodell was supposed to be on, and Russo was under the impression, because it was from, I think the interview was 11 to 12. He was under the impression that he was going to be a part of the interview. Right before they bring Goodell on, the stagehands or whatever go over to Russo. He tells the story much better than I do, but the short of it is that they tell him to get out of the way. Goodell's coming in, and he originally was like, yeah, I'm going to give him space. I'm not going to bite him. How far you want me to go? He goes, no, you're not in this segment. Leave. And what it was is it was basically Stephen A. Smith being chicken bleep, not wanting to tell Russo. So he had the stagehands tell him. And the interview ended up being, I still haven't seen the interview. I'm sure it's a bunch of crap. Tell me why you're the greatest thing ever, Goodell. That kind of junk, right? But anyways, he got bent out of shape about it and talked about it on a Sirius XM radio show. And then brought up the fact that they're going to be in Colorado this week. First Take, I guess, went to Colorado yesterday. And he was upset that he wasn't invited to do that either, that it was only, I guess he brought Shannon Sharp was the only guest that he brought. And so the whole thing's kind of funny because he's starting to see basically the knife being put in his back.
Yeah, now that they have Big Shannon. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I guess Stephen A. is getting into it with everyone. Him and Terrell Owens are swearing at each other right now. Hard to keep up with Stephen A. and all of his beefs nowadays.
What was that issue? Terrell Owens and Stephen A.?
I don't know. I seen Stephen A. quote tweet him this morning, and he pretty much just said, "You're a snake, you're a rat," all these things about Terrell Owens. It seemed like
tag me in that. I'd love to take a look at it later.
Yes, sir. I think it's over Max Kellerman, believe it or not. But yeah, I'll tag you in it.
Okay, yeah, I would love to. If I can do it, I'll share it on Monday's show. Soon as we get to the
so real quick, Stephen A. Smith said on Terrell Owens this morning. Now, as for this dude, that's an entirely different story. You know how I feel about your sorry bleep Terrell Owens, and you know why. You should thank your heavenly fathers. I haven't zeroed in on you with the trifling bleep you tried to pull. Tell folks to ask ESPN what your desperate bleep tried to pull. Keep on talking. Eventually, you'll expose yourself. # real facts.
Yes, Stephen A. is definitely smelling himself. I would warn him that the more he does that, the more people are going to come after him. And he's got to have skeletons. You know what I mean? Because that dude stepped on a lot of heads to get to where he is.
I just tagged both of you into their fun little Twitter storm.
So there you go. But yeah, it's interesting because what I'm most interested to see now is does he go back and do the show, or does he tell him to kick rocks?
I would tell him to kick rocks.
I would too, because I'll tell you what, unless it's going to cost him a lot of money, Chris Russo doesn't, unless he's renegotiated that contract, doesn't make much money off of that show compared to what he makes off of all the other stuff. He's making over $20 million a year on his Sirius XM radio show or radio station, excuse me.
He's doing good.
So unless they've really changed the parameters of that contract, when he first started that, I think he was making $10,000 an appearance. So unless they've really changed those parameters and he'd have to pay like a lot to get out of it, I'd be like, it's my rear, Stephen A. Because he's the only reason why I even watch that show. It's when I remember, oh, it's Wednesday, oh, it's him. Then I'll go back and watch it. But he's got Michael Irvin and Shannon Sharp on as his other two co-hosts now. What?
Yeah, loudmouth.
You guys, and honestly, I don't dislike Michael Irvin, but his shtick got kind of played out. But Shannon Sharp, I've never been able to deal with. He's just I feel like him and Stephen A. both, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a Skip Bayless fan, but I feel like they both stabbed Skip Bayless in the back the moment that they got an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. They're like cheating. It feels like a girlfriend going behind a boyfriend's back or something like that.
I can't remember who it was, but I remember seeing who Skip now has on his show. He's basically doing what Stephen A is doing, where he's the constant and there's a rotating guest. And I thought there was a couple of them that were interesting, but I have a hard time taking Skip Bayless for serious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where those shows they're still, I guess, entertaining to some, but they're definitely watered down compared to what they used to be.
Well, plus, if you follow everything that went on with that, with Skip Bayless and the way he stabbed everyone in the Dallas Cowboy organization to make his own name, he's a low life in himself. You know?
So this is hilarious. It looked like Skip had Keyshawn Johnson. What did Fox and ESPN just trade Shannon Sharp for Keyshawn Johnson?
That's what it was. It was Keyshawn Johnson, and there's another guy that came from ESPN. I don't remember who it is now. I actually like Keyshawn when he's with somebody. You know, if he's when they were trying to put him as the radio show, it was brutal because like they're going to Keyshawn Johnson for hot takes in Major League Baseball. You're like, what are we doing?
Right. Or the NBA, and it's like, all right.
Yeah, it seems forced. It's like, what are we doing here, man?
Right, yeah. All he would do is tongue bath LeBron.
I still say, bring back Mike and Mike, man. That was the best. That was
Mike and Mike, man. And then they had Mike Jr. Even Mike, Trey Wingo, and Jr. wasn't terrible either, but Mike and Mike was the best.
Mike Jr. to me was brutal.
Better than Keyshawn.
You know what Trey Wingo's problem was? Trey Wingo was a very good like NFL live host, right? Mm-hmm. But if you saw him on a daily basis, you started realizing, God, you're nauseating. But when I would only see him like host NFL live stuff, I like Trey Wingo. I thought he was great.
I agree with you on that.
But now he does like a hot take type of podcast, and it's brutal. But it's just you started hearing him from a different like every morning. This is back when I was doing the morning show in North Florida, and their show started an hour before ours. So I would put it on, and I'm like, bleh. There came a point where I was like, that's how I found Boomer and Gio. Because I was like, there's got to be something better than this crap. This is just terrible. Mm-hmm. Like, what is Boomer and Gio? Honestly, I got tricked because I thought it was Boomer,
Chris Berman.
Yeah. I thought Chris Berman had jumped some. I was like, Boomer Esiason. And I'll be honest, I never was a Boomer Esiason fan until I started watching Boomer and Gio.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I was never a huge Boomer guy until I started listening to some CBS Sports Radio, and he grew on me over the years.
Because when he's allowed to let his hair down, so to speak, and do the entire show, you get to see who he is. When he's on like CBS NFL Today, he's almost lifeless.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. And I don't know if he's afraid to say the wrong thing on CBS, and he's like, screw you, I'm on New York radio. I'll say whatever the hell I want to say. But I swear, if you put the two guys side by side, you're like, this isn't even the same dude.
Night and day difference.
Yeah, I still can't watch the CBS kickoff show. I'll try to flip it over there. I'm like, I'm trying to, but there's something lacking.
Yeah, not great. Not many great kickoff shows nowadays. They don't make them like they used to.
What did Brian say? And The Rock, yeah, dude, The Rock is on for freaking Colorado. That would drive me nuts if I was a Miami fan.
Right.
I'm like, he's not. It's there are FSU fans that got bent out of shape about Deion, whatever. I don't, because I'm like, well, he's now getting his paycheck from Colorado University. Of course he's going to, be all about them. What the hell's The Rock doing? Come on, dude. If you're going to turn things around, shouldn't Cristobal have you down there promoting their brand?
Mm-hmm.
All you're doing is helping some kid go, oh, man, if I go to Colorado, I can be just like The Rock. Some random kid who has no idea where he went to school at. And I try to be a Rock fan. I went to high school with the guy. I didn't know it for years until later. People were like, that's the dude. I'm like, wait a minute. I had to go back and get our annual and go, oh, crap, that is The Rock. I remember him. I had a class with him, but because he had a big bushy fro and it was kind of goofy. And, he was a nice guy, but he was real goofy. It took me 10, 15 years to put it together. Go, oh, wait, what? Because the next time I saw him, he had his head shaved and he was wrestling. I'm like, oh, crap. Yeah, that dude was big. He was in the first culinary class I ever took. It was a culinary foods, what do they call it? Commercial foods kitchen that they would go sit us in there for 3 hours and we'd have to pump out food. And a lot of athletes took it because it was an easy grade. I ended up in there because I moved to Nashville and was under the impression I was going to meet a lot of chicks because I was told it was like home ec. It was not. It was a lot of scrubbing dishes. It was anything but home ec. But yeah. I used to have a class with him and had no idea that I'm telling you, it was at least 15, it might have been 20 years later. I was like, that's The Rock. I didn't know, man.
I knew that guy.
They called him DJ in class, for Dwayne. Dwayne is DJ.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And our football team sucks. So he didn't go out there and watch the football team.
That's for sure.
Is that the same high school that Kevin Hart went? Is Kevin? See, from my understanding, I don't know what that's about, but I do know that he was only in our school for like a year and a half, and then he went. Anyways, I guess he had. I don't know if he had a rough childhood, but he did move around a lot. Is all I know.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think he walked with us. I think he was just there my junior year.
That would make sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess. Hell, I don't know. I didn't recognize the guy from 1520. Didn't know. I was like, screw that guy. He's a hurricane. Wait a minute. He went to McGavick? I mean, go Raiders. Yeah, baby. Alumni. Let's go. Get your sorry ass off that Colorado campus. You didn't go there.
Yank him out.
Yeah. Well, no. I couldn't do it then. I couldn't do it now. Melissa, I was doing severe cheating. All right, let's get back to football talk. Heck, this thing's going off the road. This is what happened when they give us Colorado State is the biggest game of the week, according to ESPN. Steve, before we jump into the NFL, what's the biggest college football game you have on your radar this week?
I mean, Florida, Tennessee really is the big one in the SEC. There's really nothing major going on in terms of like ranked team versus ranked team. So it's that, and then maybe like North Carolina, Minnesota game.
I mean, I know I'm interested in it, but then again, I lived in Tennessee, so I always wonder, like, am I just caring about this because of that? But it does look now. There was a time where this rivalry, third Saturday in September, that was the game, no matter what the hell you had going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see it get back to that, but they're both going to have to be undefeated at the same time. Georgia Tech, Ole Miss. Anyone give Georgia Tech a chance of covering that 17?
It is a lot, but yeah, I give him a chance to cover it, but I don't. I'd take the 17. Screw it. I think they could backdoor cover that one.
Yeah, it's more than reasonable to me.
George, when is that Miami game? Because that was the buy one get one free. Oh, October 7th. Okay. So they gave $1 tickets away for the Bethune-Cookman game, and the Georgia Tech Miami game is buy one get one free.
And if it works.
I wasn't a business major, but I don't think that's a sustainable business plan. Let's not charge for let's only charge for a couple of games a year. We'll be all right.
Well, you just have to figure that stadium makes a lot of their money from the Dolphins, and whatever they make from Miami is just cherry on the top at that point.
I will be interested to see what Miami does when they finally get to the meat of their schedule, October 14th, because I don't think Temple's going to be any kind of a threat. Georgia Tech, what threat they may be, they're going to be coming off a bye week. So I know Georgia Tech has played Miami tough in the past, but I'm interested to see what that back-to-back at North Carolina home against Clemson, what that brings.
Mm-hmm.
You're still rolling undefeated, I'll be a believer.
Yeah, for real.
And then they go to I'll tell you the look-ahead game, if I would be worried about if I was a Hurricane fan, let's say you somehow get through those two. You go to Florida State on November 11th, but right before that, you're at NC State. And that could be a letdown game.
Yeah.
But honestly, Miami's only got a few, like, quote-unquote tests this year.
Mm.
They got North Carolina left. They got Clemson, Florida State. And if you want to make the argument for a road trip to NC State, a home game against Louisville.
Yeah.
If this was next year, they would have a puncher's chance of getting in the playoffs, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What, the Hurricanes?
Huh?
Who would have a chance getting the playoff next year?
Miami, if this was next year, because of 12 teams.
Okay. I forgot they were expanding next year. Yeah, no, I could have seen that. I was about to say, you really telling me you think Miami can be a top 4 team?
Steven had a come into life moment right there.
I was doing a stick
I'm
take there.
not even convinced Florida State's going to be a top 4 team at the end of the year, man. Be honest with you. I just assume it's going to become some version of the Michigan Notre Dame invitation. I mean, the Michigan Georgia Invitational.
Hmm.
That they're going to make sure those teams get in. There'll probably be a second SEC team. And it wouldn't shock me if it's like Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia, and a 4-loss Alabama team. Because you got to find a way to get Nick Saban in there. All right, let's go and transition real quick to the National Football League before Tones has to jump out of here. Tones, NFC South this week. You got a couple of interesting matchups.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if people want to know where Bobby's going to the Florida game this year, today. So they were driving down to Gainesville, I think yesterday afternoon. I meant to ask him if he's if this is his first game in Gainesville or not. I think it is.
Exciting for him.
Yeah. He said, I hope we don't lose. I said, we don't have the same hopes.
It can't be any worse than the Cardinals football he's going to be looking forward to this season.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't get a chance to do it. I said we were going to do it preseason. We got to get Bobby a second team. We got him a team to pull for. Of course, I would have been beating the drum for the Jets. Boy, did that fall off the rails quickly.
Zach Wilson might be a Bobby guy.
He might be one of the few people in the National Football League that Bobby could actually sack. So tomorrow, obviously, we got Packers at the Falcons. A battle of 2 undefeated teams, as everybody predicted. I'm a little surprised that Atlanta's a favorite in that game. I get that it's in Atlanta, but I thought the Packers were much more impressive than Atlanta was in Week 1.
Yeah, I thought Jordan Love played fantastic in Week 1, really, without Christian Watson, especially, and Aaron Jones getting banged up throughout that one. One aspect might be maybe they view the Bears' defense as a sponge, and we'll see what happens. Atlanta's defense is surely a lot tougher. But, yeah, nonetheless, I was thinking it would be a pick 'em as well.
Yeah, that I don't know what's going on with that line. Don't set it all.
The other thing that you got kicking is obviously Bucks at home against the Bears. Bears were the team that looked bad. I guess the Bears defensive coordinator is not going to be there, or is it the Bucks defensive coordinator?
It's a Bears defensive coordinator, and they really haven't announced what's going on yet, but they did announce he will be taking an extended leave of absence for at least this week from the team. So hopefully whatever's going on, he ends up all right. But that should be more disarray for that Bears team, just not even having their defensive play caller out there now.
I mean, I'm assuming that he took an extended absence because they got smoked by the Packers last week. These are personal reasons. Yeah, it got real personal when he gave up 38 to the Packers. I think the Bucs. I know this game's important to you, Tones, considering your Buccaneer fanhood and you live in Chicago. I think the Bucs are going to win this one pretty easily.
I mean, if everything goes according to plan, that's how it should pan out based off of last week's performances. And I think the Bucs offense should only get better as the season goes on, as they all acclimate with one another. And I think the Bucs defense, their front seven is going to be nasty. Now, what's going to hinder the Bucs a little bit tomorrow, and thankfully Fields haven't proven a lot of the passing game yet. They are without their top cornerback, Carlton Davis, heading into tomorrow's game, so that'll sting a little bit. They are without first-round pick Kalijah Kancey on the defensive line, but with all that being said, I still like the Bucs to win this one. I got them winning 30-21. I got them coasting to a 9-point victory.
Steven, you got Dolphins. I mean, I hate to tell people, but Saints Panthers isn't worth wasting our breath on. I mean, no,
sloppy.
The Saints should cruise in that game. Just a low scoring, impose their will kind of ball game.
And everyone will be watching Browns Steelers Monday night, regardless, over that game most likely. So
yeah, I give it an hour. What is that? So second quarter, everyone's gonna flip over to Browns Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could just care. I mean, I hope I don't have anyone in the fantasy world on those two teams. Steven, Dolphins, Patriots. Miami's a 2.5-point favorite. Now that's gone down a half point since yesterday in New England, Sunday Night Football. What are your concerns as a Dolphin fan?
Like Miami has just never been able to show up in New England. I think we've had a couple games in the past year where we've been competitive, but New England, like at home, is usually very, very hard to beat, even with Mac Jones at quarterback. I mean, like if neutral site in Miami should be a 7-point favorite minimum. I still think that Miami should cover that 2.5-point spread easily, but just I'm personally staying away just because of that divisional game. It's in New England. Just Belichick can work. He just works magic sometimes.
Yeah, here's the thing. Bill O'Brien running that offense, it looked a lot better. Mac Jones didn't look like an absolute dumpster fire.
Mm-hmm.
So I am staying clear of this game. Yeah, who's the better team? It's Miami. But I'm with you. The fact that it's on the road, that it's in New England, it's a night game. I would think Hurricane Lee and everything will be gone by then, but I think temperatures are dropping, so it could be kind of cool, kind of brisk up there. I'm steering clear of that game. Tones, I know you got to jam out of here and you're heading to the Notre Dame game. What's your stupid underdog?
My stupid underdog pick today, I got the Gentlemen of Charlotte facing Georgia State, I believe, or Georgia Southern, one of the two. And that game is at 6:00 Eastern time, and that'll be on ESPN Plus. Charlotte is at home, getting 7 in that one. I got lucky and got my Florida International outright win last week, so I'm hoping to stay hot here this week.
All right, so you got Charlotte. What is your lock of the day?
I'm going with Iowa State -2 today. They're on the road against the Bobcats of Ohio. I think Iowa State bounces back after a tough loss against rivalry Iowa last week. That game will be on ESPNU today, and I believe that's an early kickoff at noon.
What's the line on that?
Iowa State is -2 at Ohio.
Iowa State -2 at Ohio. And what's your one big thing as you walk us off?
My one big thing today is I do think The NFC South is going to be heading into the right direction after this one. I see at least 2 2-0 teams on the docket after this week, if not 3 2-0 teams on the docket this week. And that'd be incredible coming out of the NFC South, a division that everybody expected very little to none from for the 2023 NFL season.
All right, brother, have a great trip, and hopefully you get an exciting ball game. Hopefully you get good weather there too.
I'm rooting for Bert Emanuel Jr., the quarterback for Central Michigan. Hopefully he could put up a couple of good offensive possessions.
I heard he was playing there because Joey said something like, "Does he got?" I said, "Yes." Bert Emanuel was a Buccaneer man.
Woohoo!
I was like, I knew there was a reason why y'all going to that game. Man.
Yeah, baby.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little more football with Steven. We'll be back in a flash. Here's one more look at the tailgating video. All right, Chef Mac Magee here, going to teach you how to do a little dish for the Tennessee-Florida game, 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN, Vols, Gators, let's do it. We're going to take a pork tenderloin, already bought the Old Hickory seasoning package, and we're going to add the Holy Grail. We talked about this before. It's going to be equal parts pepper, salt, and garlic salt. We're going to rub this down here in 1 second. Now, this is something that I pre-mix at home. Going to get it rolling in here. Get a little more because we want it on the bottom as well. This is going to take about an hour to cook. I prefer to go 325 conventional oven because it slow cooks it just a little better. If you go 350, just realize you don't want to overcook it because it will come out just a little drier. So I say 325 and you're going to do about an hour. All right. What you're going to do, I'm also adding some steak sauce to it. And in the end, now that I've got this nice and rubbed down, take the gloves off, add just a little bit of water. What the water is going to do, it's going to cook it much, much more moist and won't come out so dry. I'm going to cover this and we'll show you the finished product here in a second. Okay, so what we did was we cooked the tenderloin in the oven, 325, about an hour. It wasn't quite up to temp, so I let it sit there for a little longer in the oven at about 250 and brought it up to temperature, let it sit there in the juices, and then we went ahead and pulled it out, put it on the cutting board, and now we're just going to cut with the bias. As you can see, it'll just cut very easily and have it set up for when we make the sandwich in just a moment. You want to make sure that not only does it temp, but that it looks incredible like that. Okay, so here we go. Browned the bread, toasted it in the skillet. We showed you that. We're going to do the chicken itself. We're going to give it a little bit of onions, peppers, mushrooms. Now you can do this one of two ways, it's up to you. You can either melt the cheese over it or melt the cheese under it. We'll show you the finished product in a second. This one I did over it. The first one we did under it. Put a little parsley kick in there. And then we'll add bacon. Bacon you're just going to crisscross. And there you have that. Okay, final. Here we go. We did some hand-cut fries. You got the pork. You got the cheese melted on it. You got the bacon. You got a little bit of parsley. We did orange red onions, orange and white for the Tennessee Volunteer colors, a little orange for the Florida Gators. And finish it off with some mushrooms, and there you have it. Big sandwich for Tennessee, Florida, this Saturday night, 7 Eastern.
I'm bad at sex.
There's a lot of thrashing and thumping, but nothing really gets done. I'm like a broken dishwasher.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Magee's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Trosch fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Coach, how are you, sir?
Well, Pee Wee, I've been wanting to talk to you all week, man. I mean, we got to firm up the pocket. We're setting too soft. We're getting pushed back in the middle. All right, everybody thinks we can't hold up against the blitz, but they're sacking us with 4-man rush, 1 3-man rush. Only 1 sack came off of a pressure, so I wanted to ask you what the hell's going on.
All right. DFS time. Fantasy football time. We're going to give our locks here in a minute, as well get a little more into the actual college football action. Some games we haven't given predictions on yet. We want to make sure we get this in. So, it's just me and Steven today, so we don't have the round robin we normally do. So I guess I'll go first. I was thinking it was Bobby's turn, but it's be hard for Bobby to do since he said in Gainesville. I am going to go, if I'm going to stack something this week, I think I really like that Jacksonville Kansas City game. And I don't want to get the more expensive. I want to get the less expensive Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
And where is – I'll just have to put it in here. I want to get us some Zay Jones.
4,700.
47. There he is. All right. I think that gets us a pretty good beginning to everything. I know you could go Ridley. You could go – but I just feel like he's going to be really – really valuable this week. I do believe we've talked about this before, Steven, that he's the number 2 option in that passing offense. It's not Christian Kirk.
100%.
The market hasn't caught up to it yet. So where are you going?
So I'm going to go to running back here. We'll come back to this game. So I'm going to go out to Detroit. Give me Jahmyr Gibbs at 6,300. He looked absolutely electric against Kansas City in the opener. He's at home against Seattle. They've already come out and said they need to get him the ball more. And we just saw Kyron Williams and Cam Akers do some work against Seattle. So I love the upside there for Gibbs.
And they'll also have had 10 days to get ready for this game too. So, yeah, I like that pick a lot. Let me see what we got here on the tight end front. Want to check a couple of prices on a couple of guys may come back. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get our defense. And you know me, I like to go cheapy on the defense if I can find a good price. And look, I know they're going – I just think this is going to be a low-scoring game. Give me the Jets. 2,700. You're not going to get their defense that cheap many times. Everyone's in love with the Cowboys 40-0 win over the Giants. That more had to do with the Giants played an awful game than the Cowboys. The Cowboys are good. Don't get me wrong. The Cowboys are very good. But I think this is going to be a close-to-the-vest game. It wouldn't shock me if this game came down to the wire.
Yeah. No, I could definitely see that.
What you got?
I'm going back and forth on this. I don't know if I want to bite the bullet, but I don't know who else to take in this Kansas City, like on the Kansas City side of that game. So give me Travis Kelce at 7,600.
Woo!
It is a lot, but he time and time again he paid off that price tag last year, and we saw how much Mahomes and that offense needs him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be ready. Remember, that was 10 days ago that they played, and he was lobbying to play then. So I think he's going to be ready. All right, so I'm going to go get us a running back, and I want to see a couple of options there. He's pretty reasonable. Yeah. Tell you what, let me go with No, you know what? I almost grabbed Cook, man, but I can't do it until I see him do something. I don't like of the big guy. If I was going to go expenso this week, the only one I would think about going is Barkley. But I think I'm going to go a little cheaper than this. You know what? Let's go get a wide receiver instead, because I'm just not loving any of those prices right there. I can't fall for that Puka Nakua. I got to see it more than 1 week in a row. I don't know about you, but I got to see that more than 1 week in a row. You know who's cheap and everyone just torched him on social media? You trying to tell me they're not going to try to get Kadarius Toney involved in this game? Another shootout.
That's who I was going back and forth between the Kelsey. I'm going to have a lot of Kadarius Toney this week.
I just feel like he's cheap because obvious reasons. He looked terrible, but man, the athleticism is still there.
No, I'm not, I think he still led the Chiefs in targets last week. It's not like they want to get him involved.
I think they'll do end rounds if nothing else to get him involved, don't you?
Yeah, it's not like we didn't see anything out of Sky Moore. MVS was a non-factor once again, and I think everyone's going to gravitate to Rashee Rice because he scored that touchdown. But Toney is the clear top talent in that wide receiver room.
All right, so where are you going for your next? We got a running back, a wide receiver, and a flex to pick.
Let's see. We got actually a little bit more money than I thought. But I'm going to give us a chance to spend even more. Give me Jaden Reed from Green Bay. He saw a lot of work last week. I believe he scored 5 targets, got 48 yards. They're looking to get him involved more this week. Christian Watson's still out. I love the upside at only 3,400.
Who did you say you cut it out for a second?
Jaden Reed.
Reed
for the Packers.
3,400. All right, I like it. So now we got 14,000. We can average 7,000 a piece. Too crazy to go Saquon Barkley?
I'm personally staying away.
All right. I can live with that. I'm just kind of looking at what is Bijan this week. I bet he's high, isn't he? Yeah, he's high, 7,900. I like to try to find someone that you can. Yeah. Khalil Herbert, 5,400. What's your thoughts?
I just have no idea how that running back room is going to pan out. None of them looked good last week.
All right, so to me, it's between Khalil Herbert, unless we spend more, or Gus Edwards going up against Cincinnati, and they're going to try to control the ball.
I mean, if you're looking in that range, Rachaad White's sitting right there. With Chicago coming into town, we think Tampa's going to win this game handily.
All right, let's do it. Do White, and that gives you 8,500 to play with the flex.
Okay, I'll throw this out there. If I did not already take Jahmyr Gibbs, the Sun God, Amon-Ra St. Brown would be the answer. That's who I would be picking. Just to give it a little bit more variety here, Jamar Chase, 7,900. I think we get a big bounce back week from Cincinnati, and especially Burrow and Chase.
So we get 600 that we can play with. Who would you want to take out? I'm open to anybody.
Honestly, it's the only like there's no clear 1-for-1 swap I see. The only thing I would see would be swapping down Kelsey and then upgrading, say, Jaden Reed. But I think we're good as is.
If you went,
or you could go James Cook instead of Rashad White.
I actually like White better in this game. Just because I know he's going to get the touches. Man, like Cook, you just never know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
And they could go out there and decide that they're going to chuck it all day long and he gets 4 carries. I seriously doubt that they're going to get away from Rashad White. I'd be more inclined to, well, what is, I really like the value in Zay Jones. If you went, screw it. Let's just leave it as it is. So we got Trevor Lawrence, Jahmyr Gibbs. Probably gives you a better chance of winning because you leave 600 on the table. How many lineups are going to match up with you, right? Yeah, Trevor Lawrence, Jahmyr Gibbs, White, Jones, Reed, Tony, Kelsey, Chase, and the New York Jet defense. All right, there we go. And that'll do it for that. All right, let's get into some games before the timer starts to tick down. I'm going to go to the NFL, and then we'll come back to college. Some lines I want to get your take on. Ravens, Bengals. Cincinnati, a 3-point favorite. Over under 46.5. What are you liking there?
Bengals 3 points easily. I'm not sure about the over under. I mean, this could be one of those games where Burrow wants to prove a point and he scores 40 by himself.
Ravens usually been tough though. I could see that.
Yeah, those division games, especially in the AFC North, are always just beat down, drag out, ugly fests. I'm taking the Bengals points, but I'm staying away from the over under.
I'll tell you what, if DeAndre Hopkins doesn't play, I like the under in that Tennessee Charger game because Tennessee's going to try to take the life out of the ball, and the Chargers are going east early kickoff
without Eckler.
45.5. That seems high for a game that'll probably be like 20-17.
I mean, like this number almost feels like an over/under for Tannehill passing yards. But.
Yeah, because if D-Hop's not there, I still think that they're still really hesitant to build a game plan around Burks. I think this could be a Tyjae Spears dump down game.
Yeah.
Let's see with the next one. Chiefs, Jaguars, to me, the game of the day. Probably the game of the weekend, obviously. Chiefs, Jaguars, Kansas City -3, over under 51. I think it goes rocketing past the over.
Yeah, I mean, that's about the only thing I bet in this game. I have no take on who's going to win. I mean, we saw, like the Chad Henne game last year was against Jacksonville, right? In the playoffs?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just Kansas City should win, but it's in Jacksonville. They've had another year to kind of get their stuff together. First game back for Kelsey. They do get Chris Jones back as well, but yeah. The over is the only thing I'm touching there.
I just realized Tony's comment. I did not realize McElwain was coaching. Was it Central Michigan or Western Michigan the Notre Dame's playing today?
Central.
God bless. They should just put McElwain, Muschamp, and Willie Taggart all on one staff just to keep them away from everybody else. Yeah, there's a couple other coaches you can throw in there too. Butch Johnson, or Butch Jones. The next game, Giants Cardinals. Just because, look, if the Giants start off 0-2, they're in trouble. They've got to win this game. But it is a West Coast road trip. I feel like they're going to go out there and cover the 4.
Yeah, I mean, logically they should, but how much difference do you think there is between the the Giants and the Commanders?
I think the Giants are better. I think they played just absolutely brutal football last Sunday night.
No, I agree. But
I believe Daniel Jones is much better than – look, you go back there and watch that game, and I'm by no means putting Daniel Jones in a top-tier quarterback conversation, right? You go back and watch that game, that was the offensive line. And then the goofy turnovers, they called it an interception, but it was really a fumble by Saquon. The ball pops out of his arms, right?
Yeah.
The weird field goal that gets blocked, the other field goal that gets – I mean, you name it, it went wrong for the Giants. I just look at it as a team plays that poorly, they got to play much better this Sunday. So I'm riding with the Giants this week.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see it. If I had to choose something, it'd be the Giants, but I'm not touching. I'm staying away.
I'll tell you another game that I like the points in. Give me the Commanders in the 3.5 in Denver. I'm not convinced Denver's any better.
Yeah, it's that is a very popular pick this weekend. That game's another just hard stay away from me from a betting perspective.
I don't think I would go. I don't think I would take them on the money line, but I like if you're going to give me a field goal and a hook with Washington and Denver probably playing a very low scoring, tight knit game, I'll take the points all day long. I feel like the Patriots Dolphins game is trying to trick us.
Same here. Something just smells fishy.
You know, the Patriots actually put up a fight against the Eagles.
Yeah.
Miami went to the West Coast. Now they're coming all the way back across the country. Both road games to start the season. That can't be easy.
Yeah, but it's not like it's a 1 o'clock kickoff. They do have the full Sunday to get to relax, adjust, get ready for it.
No, I know. I get that, but I'm just saying from the comfort level of not having a home game yet, if they can get past that game, that's a huge advantage for the Dolphins going forward. Because if you can start off 2-0 on the road in the National Football League, one's a division game and one's against a team that probably you could end up with needing some kind of tiebreaker with them down the road. That's a huge advantage. Browns Steelers, the Steel Curtain is an underdog at home against Cleveland. And last week, I thought that it was, give me the Steelers. And this week, I'm like, I don't want anything to do with this crap because they look terrible. But I still think the Steelers win that game.
I mean, not having Deontay Johnson really hurts them on the offensive side. I'm leaning more towards Cleveland. I mean, we know that Cleveland is. I mean, Cincinnati's not that bad, but I mean, the Browns looked really good last week, and I think they have a chance to keep it going. Like Pittsburgh just did not look anywhere near competent against San Francisco.
I still go off of when I see that game, I think it's going to be a really low-scoring game. And the reason why I mainly say that is even though the Browns won 24-3, you would think Deshaun Watson had himself a game. He was 16 of 29, 154 yards. That's terrible. He had an interception, he had a touchdown, but they did enough because Nick Chubb did Nick Chubb-type things, right? And Watson did scramble with his feet, but I think they're going to get a much bigger dose of Pittsburgh Steeler football on a Monday night game where they just got embarrassed at home. If this isn't a Mike Tomlin special, then what the hell is, right? It's a divisional game. I'll tell you what, that over-under seems high too, 38.5.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want anybody in this fantasy matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's really. Yeah, I really don't think there's a Brown or a Steeler I'm comfortable starting.
I don't think Chubb gets near that 100-yard mark that he got last week.
No.
I think they're going to hand him the ball a bunch of times, but it's going to be more around the 50, 60-yard range.
Yeah, I mean, the under seems like a good bet there, but.
All right, back to college football as we're coming back up on it. You got any other games that you want to talk about as far as the spread and whatnot? College football landscape?
I mean, since we haven't done it yet, let me jump into my stupid underdog. I've got Mississippi State plus 9.5. Like LSU bounced back and had a good. Someone already took them?
Yeah, Joey took Mississippi State.
Boo.
So who's taken so far? Joey took Mississippi State. I know this one will really crush you. Charlotte is taken.
Yeah, that was my backup.
Doug took Florida, and now it's your pick. I'll go last.
I mean, I will say those were like Florida and Mississippi State were my top two picks, but I'm just gonna go with it. Give me. I'm trying to find the number. Crap, I had it just in front of me. It is the Indiana plus 9.5 over Louisville. I just don't think that Louisville is that good of a team this year.
Indiana plus 9.5. All right. My stupid underdog this week. And I'm so tempted to take Colorado State. But I won't go there. I don't think they win, but the points in this game seem to be high to me. I'm going to the National Football League. And I hate the fact that it's dropped a half point, but I'm still going to take it. Give me the New York Jets plus 8.5.
Ooh.
I think that's going to be a rock fight. And I've just got that feeling that they're going to play much better than people expect against the Cowboys. Because the Cowboys will cowboy.
Yeah, but the Jets will also jet.
I get that, but I think they're going to lean on Breece Hall. I think they're going to create opportunities for Garrett Wilson. The defense is elite. If they can shut down Buffalo, they can shut down Dallas. I'm either going to be on the money or incredibly wrong. This is going to be just another Giants game where it's 40-0. But I just feel like the Jets are going to hang in there. If you're going to give me 8.5 in my back pocket on a team where the over-under is 38.5, I mean, unless they just lose 35-0, I think I'm on to something. And typically, I don't take a Monday night team because typically they're going to struggle. But remember, Dallas played Sunday night, so they're both kind of in that fog, that haze. And this seems like this would be a Zach Wilson type thing to do. Go win that game and then just tank the rest of the season. So I'm going to go with the Jets plus 8.5. What is your lock of the day?
Well, it's not going to be for college football, but we already touched on it earlier. I already apologized to Brian because the Bengals are going to lose because I said this. Bengals -3. I really think that they're just going to come out and want to make a statement over Buffalo or Baltimore. My bad.
So you're going to take the Bengals. I really like that Jets game, but I won't double down. It seems kind of stupid. We talked about it earlier, man. If I'm going to get the points in the Steelers, give me the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just feel like that they're going to – I don't see them losing 2 games in a row to start the season at home. And this one's on – I'm telling you, on Monday Night Football, Mike Tomlin's teams usually show up. I should go with the under, but I'm gonna take the Steelers with the points in the pocket. What is your one big thing as we walk it off?
The unders were the story of the NFL last weekend. The overs are going to be the story of this week too.
My walk-off is, I believe, well, first of all, we will have the broadcast 4:10 first pitch, Braves, Marlins, so we look forward to that. But as far as the world of football goes, my one big thing, I think the Tennessee Volunteers are going to go into Gainesville and get that win. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily some kind of national title contender yet, but I think we're going to get an epic showdown and a back-and-forth game, low-scoring back-and-forth game, but one that Tennessee finds a way to get the W. All right, brother. Well, we'll see you next week. I'll tell you what, next week, we'll do this every once in a while. Shoot me a text Friday night or early Saturday morning. We'll give you first dibs on the Stupid Underdog.
That works.
All right, we will see y'all at 4 o'clock. I'm going to leave the stream up because there's no point of doing this whole thing again. We'll see you at 4 o'clock, and if those listening on radio, if you're not being picked up, if we're not being picked up in your area, just go to youtube.com/@Braves Country for the game tonight. Have a great one. for today's action.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves Country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once stood so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Good afternoon, and you are listening live. We are coming to you from Miami, Florida, Lone Depot Park. The Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Miami Marlins as it is just about baseball time in Braves country. And it's about that time, so let's go ahead and get the roll call out of the way.
Get this bus moving.
Stop.
Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Not as many folks we normally see. I'm sure the football's got a lot to do with it, but I'm sure we'll start coming in as the game goes along. Good evening to Jose and Lenny. Saw Tony and Brian in here earlier, and Rebel. I know Rebel had a heart attack along with me. That's that game at Florida State game. Boy, they tried like hell to lose it, but they ended up holding on and winning that game. If you missed that, Florida State beat Boston College by 2 points. Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their home grays, and if you missed the news, Ronald Acuña Jr. will not be playing today. And they're calling it cramps. Hopefully that's what it is. We'll see how this goes as the Atlanta Braves will be trying to get back on the winning track. Miami Marlins are wearing their City Connects as they are celebrating Puerto Rico Day at the stadium. So they got bright, it's like an orangish red if you're listening on radio, with Miami across the chest, very light blue ball caps with the red bill. Braves are wearing their traditional home grays. Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk underneath. And Michael Harris II will be leading it off for us. We'll do the lineup as we go through the game. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. He takes a whack at the first one, sends it high and deep into center field. And that's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Michael Harris. He flies around first, heading for second. Your Atlanta Braves get a leadoff double for Michael Harris II. It's Atlanta. First pitch swinging, and Michael Harris drives it into the gap. So good piece of hitting by Michael. Fastball just got way too much of the plate. He drove it over the head of the outfielders. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie takes the first pitch high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies. Righty-lefty matchup. Open stance from the left side is Ozzie. The windup and pitch from Hoeing is a breaking pitch on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. The 1-1 pitch. There's Chris. Good afternoon to you, Chris. On this, I know the college football Saturdays tend to cut into people's watching time. The 1-1 pitch off the plate, wide, 2-1. But we know the diehard Braves fans will be here. You got a 2-1 count. Hoeing comes set. Michael Harris led off with a double, the 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is blasted high and deep, going back on the track. It is gone, baby. How about that? Your Atlanta Braves, 2 batters in, a double and a home run. His 30th home run of the year, 96 and 7 RBI, 391 happy feet, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. How about that? Ozzie Albies gets back in the home run column. That was an absolute blast. Didn't have a lot of length on it, but man, was it a moonshot. Went high into the second deck here at Lone Depot. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley, he blasts one, and that one's going back on the track. How far did that fly? It is gone. And the Braves lead it 3-0. 36th home run of the year, 90th RBI. And your Atlanta Braves jumped out 439 happy feet for Austin Riley. And here comes Matt Olson. Can we get 52 off the docket? Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, is going to come out there and talk to Hoeing. He's just a few pitches in, has given up 3 earned runs. You can tell already he's just getting way too much of the plate. You can't really lay those into these Braves hitters. So 3-0 your score. Atlanta hoping to get back in the win column after a big win by Miami last night. It's Jared Schuster Day, so we're going to need some runs, you would think. Though Schuster has pitched well in Miami. So a 3-0 score. And Matt Olson comes to the plate. Matt Olson steps in with 51 home runs, 128 RBI. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is sawed off foul over the third base side. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way. High and outside, 94 miles an hour, 1-1. Braves 3. Miami nothing. We're just getting going here in the top of the first inning. The 1-1 to Matty. Down and in. Kind of a whiffle curve. Just missed the zone. That hits the zone. That's going to be an effective pitch, but it missed inside. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Outside wide, ball 3. 3-1 count to Olson. Hoeing comes set, lifts the glove and deals. Off the plate, wide, ball 4. So ball 4, and Matt Olson will gladly take first. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna stands in with 34 home runs. 866 OPS, righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way, swung on, bang foul down the line. It's 0-1. Didn't get on in time to do my pick to click, was doing some college football stuff and working on the other end of that from the radio side of it, and just got done before this game. So no pick to click and no, although I did expect a high scoring game. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees, it's 1-1. No, he called. Okay, never mind. Make that 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Marcell. Something doesn't jive here. I'm going with 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. High and inside, 1-2. Oh, I see what happened. The thing froze. So a 1-2 count. The 1-2 pitch to Marcell, down and in. Good take by Marcell, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Ozuna. Olson stands on first, nobody out. The 2-2 pitch. Hoeing kicks and deals, swung on, and that ball is just going to be caught. A leaping jump by Hampson, who's playing short today. Remember, we've seen him in a few places already today. Good leaping catch by Hampson. Hampson was the one that came in for the injury out in left field last night. He's typically a left center fielder by trade. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. But even with that being said, he plays all over the place, him and Birdie. Birdie's out in left field today. John Birdie, both of them with blazing speed and can play multiple positions. The 1-0 pitch to Eddie, swing and a miss. Change up down and away. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves lead it 3-0. Miami comes set. The pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. Ball 2-1. 2-1 count to Eddie Rosario. If you're just joining us, a double by Michael Harris, who's getting the start because as the 2-1 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Retrieving it, making the catch is Birdie, and there's 2 away. Michael Harris led us off with a double. Ozzie Albies knocked him in with the 2-run shot, and then Austin Riley followed that up with a moonshot into left center to make it 3-0. Matt Olson walked, and that's where we stand. The first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy, the number 7 hitter, high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and deals, swing, and taps that foul off the plate. It's 1-1. Braves 3, Miami 0. Top of the first inning. Keep you up to date, everything going on in the world of college football as well as Major League Baseball. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss underneath the hands of Murphy, and it's 1-2. So 1-2 count. Runner on first. The 2-out pitch on the way. Bender well off the plate wide. Ball 2-2. Deuce is wild here. You got a 2-2 count. 2 outs. Sean Murphy staring down Hoeing, who comes set. Arce on deck. The 2-2 pitch. Down and away, ball 3. So now Matt Olson will be off and running on the pitch with 2 outs and a full count. The 3-2 to Murphy. Pitch on the way. Swing and hit hard, but on the ground to third. Making the play is Berger. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Take a 3-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
I think we should use the manual. I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest managers. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jared Schuster steps in. The young southpaw, lefty-lefty matchup. Luis Arias will lead off here for Miami. The first pitch on the way, 91 miles an hour, up around the letters for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 3, Miami nothing. Bottom of 1, the 1-0 pitch. Slider down and away, 2-0. The 2-0 kicks and deals right there at the knees. 2-1. The 2-1 from Schuster quickly going back to work, and this one's lifted high in the sky, and that one's gone. Arias hits his third home run in 2 games, his 10th of the year. You cannot hang him inside that soft stuff. There's a changeup on the inner part of the plate, and he will take – that is the one pitch that he can handle over the fence. And it's 3-1 Atlanta. 400 feet over the right field wall. We knew we were going to need some runs in this game with Schuster on the mound. So a 3-1 score. Schuster goes back to work. Josh Bell, switch hitter from the right side, takes the first pitch down and in. It's 1-0. I believe Murphy was trying to set that changeup on the outer edge, but Schuster just missed the mark. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball scalded into left field. Rosario, slow to get over there, but cuts it off in time. And Bell, who runs very slow, will be stuck at first with the leadoff with a single with nobody out. Schuster, just like his counterpart, yet to record an out after the first 2 batters, will now face Jake Berger, who's had himself a career against Atlanta pitching this year, both with the White Sox and the Marlins. Berger batting .240, 31 home runs. The first pitch on the way, 91 miles an hour off the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that change on the outer edge. It's 0-2. One of the few games going on today. We will hit the scoreboard here in a second, but most of the games are nighttime affairs. So we've got about 2 weeks left in Major League Baseball, several games with playoff implications. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, bang foul down the third base line, change up underneath the hands. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves 3, Marlins 1. All 4 runs have come via the home run. The 0-2 from Schuster lets it fly. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, off the glove of Riley. Riley gets the rebound, a wide throw, and they'll be safe at first and second. We'll have to see how they score that. I would think most likely it's going to be an error, but you never know nowadays. should have been played by Riley, just kind of popped off the heel of his glove. He almost was about to make that play, but the throw, after going up the line, they do call it an error. The throw went up the line after Riley had to hurry it after the juggling act. So what would have been an out, and most likely an out at second, maybe even a double play if they could have turned it quickly, will now be trouble with runners on first and second, nobody out, and Yuli Gurriel standing at the plate. Gurriel playing first base today, getting the start. Was on the bench last night. The first pitch on the way, he blasts out one high and deep, and that is gone. Marlins lead at 4-3. If you had the over in this one there, the pitching will be at a minimum. Good Lord. Jared Schuster once again. I think it's hard for a lot of Braves fans to understand why he keeps getting these starting nods. He really hasn't shown that he should be out there. But with the Braves having the division wrapped up, they're just trying to see what he's got and eat some innings. Nonetheless, the Braves are going to have to score some runs today because Jared Schuster is getting thumped. So Braves trail by 1. Still has not recorded an out. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss by Jesus Sanchez, and it's 0-1. Sanchez, the number 5 hitter. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in for a ball, 1-1. The 1-1 swing and fouls it straight back. It's 1-2. So he went slider, then fastball. The 1-2 delivery, high and inside, 2-2. The 2-2 offering swung on, fouled straight back. Sanchez reaching for one up about letter high. We'll do it again. The 2-2 from Schuster in the dirt, ball 3. The 3-2 pitch from Schuster, swung on, comebacker off the leg of Schuster. Schuster gathers it, grabs it, flips it to first, and mercifully gets the first out of the inning, 1 away. We almost had another error there as the ball came back to Schuster, and he was fumbling around, but was able to gather himself and flip it over to Olsen. 1-3 in your scorecard. So maybe that'll get the butterflies out. 1 down. That'll bring Garrett Hampson to the plate, the right-handed speedster. First pitch on the way, down and in for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. Last thing he wants to do is go out here and walk Hampson. Hampson's got blazing speed. The 2-0 pitch misses well outside wide, ball 3. So a 3-0 count. The 3-0 pitch, nowhere near the zone, ball 4. Ball 4. See if someone will get off their can and go talk to Schuster. Calm him down a little bit. He's given up 4 runs, 3 hits. 1 man reached via the air. Here comes Kranitz to come out here and talk to Schuster. Hope they've got a good plan B because he's not making it far in this game. Kranitz trying to calm him down here. Jazz Chisholm will be the batter. You've got nothing but speed here with Hampson at first, Jazz at batting and Birdie on deck. So 3 speedsters. Stallings, the catcher, would bat if they could keep it going. The lefty-lefty matchup. Hampson, got to keep an eye on him. Schuster comes set. The southpaw delivers. Fastball looked like it just missed the edge, but given the strike, it's 0-1. Jazz didn't like it. He's barking a little bit to Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire. Johnson normally gives a pretty liberal strike zone to the edges. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss up in his kitchen, 89 miles an hour just above the letters. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Starting to see some other people trickle into the chat. Good afternoon, Jameson, Terry. We saw Chris earlier. Thomas, Russell, Kathy. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Arceus got it, flips it to second. A long toss, slow toss by Ozzie. He knew he wasn't getting Chisholm. Just toss it down there on the 6-4-3 put out, but Chisholm will be safe. There's 2 away. Ozzie and Arcee are kind of having a laugh together. That's one of those you're flipping it down there in case for some reason Jazz Chisholm trips and falls. But other than that, you're not getting that double play. But you're also not putting the threat of tossing it into the dugout. First pitch on the way to John Birdie is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, you missed it. 7 runs have crossed the plate here in the first inning. Good afternoon to Show Enough. Mark, I saw Mark in the Russell. I think I said hi. Sean, Edward. The 0-1 pitch drifts inside for a ball, 1-1. Still a long way to go on this one. See Mr. Woodrow in there. Good afternoon. The 1-1 pitch. Kicks and deals, down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Schuster, by the way, is at 28 pitches here in the first inning. He's had a little bad luck with the error by Riley, but other than that, most of this is his own doing. The 2-1 from the lefty, off the plate, wide, ball 3. So a 3-1 count. Jared Schuster about to throw his 30th pitch of the afternoon. Standing on deck is Stallings. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that change. It's 3-2. Had Birdie out in front on that one. That was a gutsy call by both Murph and great execution by Schuster. Have a changeup down around the shoe tops on a 3-1 count. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Mercifully, the inning is over. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country and grab the sticks. See if we can't take the lead now.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least 1 at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia digs in. First pitch on the way to Orlando is called for an inside strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Orlando with 17 home runs on the year. The 0-1. Hoeing comes set. Down and away, 1-1. Few games that have gotten started this afternoon in Major League Baseball. Colorado leads San Francisco 7-3 in the 7th. They are playing a doubleheader today. Boston leads Toronto 2-0 and heading to the 7th. The 1-1 pitch swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Will it stay in play? Bending just past the third base dugout. 1-2. Miami, one of the teams that calls the third base dugout home here in Lone Depot Park. About a 60-40 split on which teams call home and call first and which call third home. About 60% of the league with the first base side. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. Really comes down to which one do they prefer, and that all usually comes down to how they constructed the stadium. Most of your newer stadiums like Truist, SunTrust, the 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hit high in the sky. Will it get down? Oh, and over the head and catch by Hampson. Willie Mays style catch running from short heading to left field. Good play, nifty play, getting pats on the back from both Chisholm and Birdie, and there's one away. This Hampson kid can do it all, man. He plays all over the field and makes plays like that. Rarely plays shortstop. So one down. Kevin Pillar, who is starting for Ronald Acuna Jr. because of the injury. The first pitch on the way to Pillar is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Good afternoon to, I believe I said good afternoon to Thomas and Gary. Tim, good afternoon. Show enough. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. It's 1-1. They're calling it cramps, so we're going to assume that's what it is, and they're just being precautionary. I said it last night. I say sit him for the rest of the series. Bad things happen to Acuna in Miami. The 1-1 pitch, grounded foul down the line. It's 1-2. I'd prefer him to just have a couple of days rest and get back to Atlanta. The Atlanta Braves will head back to Atlanta Monday night to take on the Phillies. Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday afternoon. We'll have all three games as the 1-2 pitch. Down and away. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2. Good take by Pillar. And with that, on that Philadelphia game, our Philadelphia series, the 2-2 pitch swung on, fisted, soft liner to second. Arias has it. There's 2 away. Tuesday night, there's a Philadelphia caster that does play-by-play with Philadelphia sports, and we're going to team up together to do a simulcast. He'll be jumping on with us Tuesday night. Should be a lot of fun. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Hoeing comes set. In the dirt, 1-1. So you got a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way to Harris, swung on, grounded over to first, and flip it over to Hoeing, who's covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Yes, Jameson, if you missed me talking it earlier, Acuna is injured. We'll be back to explain when we come back.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m., and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Stallings is swung on and tap foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Miami Marlins sent 8 of their 9 batters to the plate in the first inning. Schuster tries to settle down. The 0-1 pitch swung on, banged that foul down into the dugout, third base side. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground, right to Riley. Riley's got it, flips it over to first, a 5-3 putout, and there's one away. Braves trail 4-3. All 7 runs were scored in the first inning. The first pitch on the way to Arias, who had a changeup down and in for a third home run of the series. Inside for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, soft liner over to Arcia. He makes a leaping grab, and there's 2 away. So Schuster hoping to settle down much like Hoeing did in the second. Braves come into today. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss by Bell. It's 0-1. Magic number 9 in the National League, 10 in Major League Baseball for best record. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. The 1-1 down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 to Josh Bell, switch hitting designated hitter from the right side. Stands in and swing, and that ball's grounded foul down the line. We'll do it again. Austin Riley is essentially standing on the third base line, the back of the grass, playing him as much to pull as you can play anybody. The 2-2 pitch, change up, down and away. It's 3-2. So what looked like it could be a quick second inning, Schuster, danger of walking Bell. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Blew it right by him up top, lulled him to sleep with those changeups, and piped it right down the middle. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. Swung on, hit in the gap, and they collide. Somehow hold on to the ball. Jazz Chisholm and Jesus Sanchez. Jazz says he didn't hear him. Jesus holds on to the ball, and there's one away. Man, that could have been ugly for Miami. That could have been an injury. You can see, I don't know how loud he was yelling, but you could see Jazz Chisholm calling it off, and Sanchez has to know that the center fielder's got the right of way, but he may not have heard him. I can't imagine it was a hard time hearing him in that dump. Nobody goes to those games. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. It's right there for a strike up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Riley. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, off the plate wide, 1-2. 1-2 count. Real quick on the scoreboard. College football, South Carolina all over Georgia 14-3. They're heading to halftime. Notre Dame over Central Michigan 28-14. The 1-2 to Riley. Caught looking, strike 3. Riley couldn't pull the trigger. Just kind of floated a sinker on the outer edge, and there's 2 away. Utah 31-7 over Weber State. Oklahoma up by 21 over Tulsa in the second. Duke up by 10 at the half versus Northwestern. Righty-lefty matchup. Here comes Matt Olson. He takes a hack at the first pitch. Down and away for a strike. It's 0-1. Games from earlier today, Florida State, Penn State, LSU, and Missouri all won. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Olson, who sits at 51 home runs. The next one would be an Atlanta Braves franchise record. The 1-1 to Matty, high and out of the zone, 2-1. 2-1 count. Hoeing comes set. His 48th pitch of the afternoon. On the way, swung on. That ball is laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves have something cooking here in the top of the third inning. 1 on, 2 out. Here comes Marcell Ozuna. Good piece of hitting by Olson. It was a sinker starting to fade away, and Olson was able to rake pitch into right field. So Marcell Ozuna, righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, swung on, tapper over to short, should be easily playable by Hampson. He flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put one on but can't get across. Atlanta trails 4-3. We head to the bottom of 3.
You know what this has to do with? What? The man in the cape. I bet you he is mixed up in this. I don't trust men in capes.
And you can't cast aspersions on someone just because they're wearing a cape. Superman wore a cape. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand here and let you say something bad about him.
All right, Superman's the exception.
Braves Country HD covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
This is the start of things. First quarter at the Gita Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. That looks like 1955. Holy cow.
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Christian Yelich, a single and a run. Very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves Country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. Wow! Called third strike. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 4-3. First pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is ripped into the outfield. Jake Berger busting it towards first base. He'll slide into second, and it's a leadoff double for Berger. Ball got over the head of Pilar. Up against the wall, a high hopper. By the time he got it back in, Berger was busting it. He continues to rake against the Braves. Lefty-righty matchup. Yuli Gurriel takes the first pitch down and away. Tried to get him to chase one off the edge. It's 1-0. Miami 4, Atlanta 3. The 1-0 pitch Kicks and deals, down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Yuli Gurriel 1 for 1 with a 3-run home run. Not a home run hitter, only his 4th of the year. The 1-0 pitch down and away, or 2-0 pitch down and away, 3-0. 3-0 count, lefty-righty matchup. Schuster, 46 pitches into the game. Jared comes set, pitch on the way. Down and in, ball 4. So another 4-pitch walk by Schuster. Jared Schuster has put runners on first and second, nobody out here in the bottom of the 3rd. He's now walked 2 batters, giving up 4 hits, 3 earned runs. So that'll bring Sanchez to the plate. Sanchez, the right fielder. Pitch on the way. He's going to drag bunt. It's going to be caught by Olsen. He'll step on first, and it's a double play. Basically just a very fortuitous play, but we'll take it. Sanchez was trying to drop a bunt. I don't know how often he bunts because that was a really bad attempt. He dragged it and popped it in the air. The bat wasn't even that low when he went to go make the bat head wasn't that low when he went to go make the attempt. First pitch on the way. Down and in. 1-0. They're fortunate that Berger hadn't broke very far away because that could have been a triple play. Runner on second, 2 outs, the 1-0 to Hampson, who walked his first time up. The pitch on the way, down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Hampson has seen 6 pitches today, none of them been for strikes. Hampson, 289 hitter with 3 home runs, 772 OPS. The 2-0 pitch. Top of the zone for a strike, it's 2-1. As great as those Florida Marlin jerseys were that they were wearing last night, these ones today are equally as bad. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, that ball's laced into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Here comes Berger. They're sending him. Here comes the throw from Pilar. And they're going to say he's safe. Thought maybe he got the tag applied to him, but Murphy doesn't appear to be contesting it. Oh, they do want to take a look at it. Okay. My first reaction was thinking that they got him, but let's take a look at this. I don't think they're going to have enough to overturn that. He was tagging him just as his hand was hitting the plate. I think logically you can tell that his hand hit the dirt, Riley hit his arm, and then he hit the plate. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to overturn it. On the play, the runner went up to third base. It's not that I don't think he got him. You rarely see it get overturned unless there's a better angle that I'm not seeing. I think he just got in there. The problem is the best angle you would see, the home plate umpire is standing right there. That's so tight. I just don't see them overturning it. Think logically, like I said, it looks like Murphy beat him, but you got to have better evidence than I'm really surprised that they're challenging it. That's my biggest surprise, but maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe Maybe whoever's up there in charge of these on Saturday afternoon has had a couple cocktails. Here comes the call. He is safe. So not enough to overturn it. Braves now trail 5-3. Jake must have ate one less burger than he normally does. He got in there just under the tag. Pretty good slide by Burger as well. So, runner at second, 2 outs, lefty-lefty matchup. Here comes Schuster to face Jazz Chisholm. Jazz tries to drop a bunt. They check down the line, and they're going to say that he did not go. It's 1-0. He looked like he offered. That's a strange call. The 1-0 pitch. Drag bunt to Schuster. Schuster has it, flips it, and Olsen has no chance of getting over there. They were playing him on a wide pull. Don't really see the idea behind that defense. They had Olsen on that play. I guess what really hurt it was Olsen tried to break for that ball. Olsen should have known there was no way on that play you got to break for first. Because there's just no way. I mean, what is he going to do? Get the ball in the middle of no man's land and dive 20 feet to the left? You got to break for first and hope that somebody gets to the ball. So 5-3, runners on the corners, 2 outs. The first pitch on the way to Birdie. Swung on, fouled down the line. It's 0-1. It's the second bunt attempt we've seen today. I don't know if Miami's trying to expose a weakness they think they found, or if this is just what they've gone to with all the speed they have. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got it, flips it to first, and that'll stop the bleeding. Braves trail by just 2. And we got a long way to go. Rosario, Murphy, and Arcia coming to the dish.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice. Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
Listen, that's a bunch of hooey, that soft and cuddly feeling. We're going to hug a thug, and if we give them, another popsicle and an icy and a day out at the park, they're going to be good. Y'all need to wake up. They'll eat your ice cream on Saturday and shoot up the rivals on Saturday night.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I am further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Eddie Rosario will be the batter. Rosario 0 for 1. Righty-lefty matchup is Hoeing. Toes the rubber. The first pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over to first. And that's going to be an easy out as Rosario just kind of jogs down to first. Gurriel was able to walk over and touch the bag. 1 down. So 1 down and Sean Murphy comes to the plate. A little bit of a delay. Murphy now steps into the box. The pitch on the way to Murph is 93-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Good news for Marlins fans and everybody else in the wild card race other than San Francisco. The Giants lost their game today. They'll finish that doubleheader later on. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away. Bounces to the backstop. It's 1-1. So as far as I saw some of the questions about is the 1-1 pitch down and in 1-1. 2-1, excuse me. As far as Acuna is concerned, they're still calling it cramps. So he could be back tomorrow. I would prefer they just wait till they get back home on Monday to play him. 2-1 pitch, down and in. Ball 3-1. They may DH him tomorrow. But it didn't sound like anything they were concerned with. Of course, that was the same stuff we got about Jesse Chavez, and here we are 3 months later. The 3-1 pitch, right there on the edge. For a strike, it's 3-2. The way this team, everybody on the team loves to play every day, just always throws you. This is the first game Ronald Acuna Jr. has not been in the lineup. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, bang foul down towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again. They got a lefty warming up in the Miami bullpen. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, chopper over the mound, but right to Arias. He flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. 2 away. So 2 down, Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Looks like it's Steven Okert that is warming up in the Miami bullpen. Jackson Stevens warming up in the Braves bullpen. First pitch on the way. Inside for a ball, it's 1-0. Kind of suspected this game on both ends would be more of a glorified bullpen game with the two starters not expecting to go very far. The 1-0 pitch, down just below the knees, 2-0. Hit the SEC scoreboard for you real quick. Halftime, South Carolina leads Georgia 14-3. South Florida leads Alabama 3-0. They are in a lightning delay. The 2-0 pitch swung on. That ball is belted, but I believe it is going to be plenty foul. My word. He knocked that thing into the stratosphere, but couldn't keep it straight. Texas A&M leads Louisiana Monroe 3-0. That is in the first. LSU pounded Mississippi State 41-14 as expected. It's a 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. And Missouri upsets number 27 Kansas on a walk-off long field goal, 30-27. So you got a 2-2 count, 2 outs. Braves trying to scratch back into this game, down just 2. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Orlando Arcia flailing at a pitch nowhere near the zone off the edge. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Does this shade of red make me look like a clown?
No. It makes you look like a prostitute who caters exclusively to clowns.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field, marring what would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long. Been chomping at the bit ever since I've sold this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra? No one else wants to talk about that? Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They say, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goals. They screw the goal, break down the fact the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, will happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this one 5-3. We head to the bottom of 4. Scoring came early and often. Miami put 4 on the board in the bottom of the first after Atlanta put 3 on the board in the top of the first. Miami added a run in the bottom of the third, and that's where we stand. Jackson Stevens is on to relieve Jared Schuster, so his day is done. Schuster 3 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Jackson Stevens comes in, the big right-hander. Comes set. The first pitch on the way to Stallings is swung on, grounded up the middle. Ozzie backhands it behind second base, flips it over to first, and Stallings hits into the shift for a 4-3 putout. Jackson Stevens, 29-year-old from Oxford, Alabama. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way just below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. 1-1. Jackson Stevens is the 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. Of course, he was a part of this team for a long time. He did not make the roster by September 1st as the 2-1 pitch, down and away, 3-1. So the only way he could be added to a playoff roster would be via injury. The 3-1 pitch from Stevens. Swung on, foul back out of play, 3-2. Stevens has been working his way back from injury. The 3-2. Righty-lefty matchup, Arias, who's 1 for 2 with the home run. The pitch on the way. Swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. The 3-2 from Stevens. Swing, and that ball's going to get laced down the right field line into right field. Pilar cuts it off. He'll hold Arias to a single, a long single. And there's one on, one out. Very compact swing by Arias, who's hit for a high average this year, but not much pop. But he has had 3 home runs in this series. Total of 10 for the year. Righty-lefty matchup with Bell. First pitch on the way. Looked like it kissed the inside corner, but home plate umpire Adrian Johnson called it inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and belted high and deep. Going back. On the track, making the catch is Money Mike. He gave that thing a ride. It was scraping the ceiling, but it died quickly. Too much topspin, and there's 2 away. Yeah, Schuster won't be on the playoff roster. Well, look at it this way. We hope everyone stays healthy enough where Schuster's not on the playoff roster. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Jackson comes set. Lets it go right below the knees, 2-0. If you assume Max, Strider, Charlie, and then either Elder or Kyle Wright, depending on who's pitching better down the stretch as your rotation. It's a 2-0 pitch. They're going to say that was wide, 3-0. We went over this the other day, but at that point you could carry 9 relievers. And you could have, in the first round, the divisional series, you could have as a 3-0 pitch, misses high, ball 4. So Jackson Stevens loses Berger. He'll head down to first base, runners on first and second, 2 out. You could, in theory, leave, let's say you decide to leave Kyle Wright off the first round, the divisional round. You could have him set and ready to roll for the NLCS and put Elder on that DS rotation and be ready to go the second round. It's kind of a nice luxury because a lot of teams, after they come out of that divisional round, they're scrambling for who they're going to have start game 1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And the is the 0-2 pitch on the way. Runner on the go. And Arias easily steals third. Arias got a huge jump. On the play, Sean Murphy just kept the ball in his pocket. Austin Riley was way back, nowhere near the plate. I mean, near the base. He could have never made it down to third, so that's why Arias took the base. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off. It's 1-2. I missed the rage. Nobody's ever missed that, like ever. The 1-2 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Riley chases it, but is unable to lean in to make the catch as it goes into the camera well. A 1-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Runners on the corners. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. 2 away. Appreciate that. I believe that was Jason that took care of that. Jason from CBS. The 1-2 count. Not sure what was going on, but I'm sure it was something goofy. The 1-2 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Jackson Stevens gets out of the jam. Maybe the Braves will go get some runs. It's Pilar, and then the top of the order coming to the plate.
To prevent from taking down any future videos, we have decided to no longer shoot any video in which we say or do anything offensive. Here is our latest video. How was school? I had an English test and got an A. That's awesome. Yeah, it is. Good job, son. Thanks, Dad. Oh, have you seen my dress shoes? Where are you going now? I'm going to church. Praise Jesus. Praise him every day.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Your favorite shot?
Favorite shot? I don't know. I had it last night. Lots of them. I think it's called the Picklehead, where it's a shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice chaser, and it's the most wonderful and terrible thing I've ever had in my drinking life. Because once you take the shot, and then you take the pickle juice, there's no burn. There's absolutely no burn, right? And then you're like, well, shoot, yeah, it's just Kool-Aid at that point. It can lead to very bad things. Trust me.
Armchair.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds, and no games were to be played on Sunday. Power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Pitch on the way to Kevin Pilar is swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-1. Once again, the lefty Stephen Okert warming up in the Miami bullpen, probably to come on to face Michael Harris. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up into center field. Easily playable. Jazz Chisholm has it, and there's one away. So one down, and that'll bring Miami's pitching change. They're going to bring in the lefty to face Michael Harris II, and then Ozzie Albies. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 2.
Let me sum it up. Twitter's stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin, you are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again. For your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II, set to face Stephen Okert. Okert, 3.86 ERA through 53 2/3 innings. The out-of-town scoreboard, Boston leads Toronto 2-1. That's in the bottom of the 8th. San Diego 3-1 over Oakland. All your other games starting later as San Francisco lost the first game of a doubleheader to Colorado, 9-5. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris is a swing and a miss strike. Slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. So he goes slider, both down and away. The first he swings at, the second he holds up. The 1-1 from Okert. Swing and pops it up. Back behind home plate. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Braves trail by 2. 1 out. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 95 miles an hour, nowhere near the zone 2-2. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies in the hole. If we can keep it going, would be Austin Riley. Both have hit home runs today. The 2-2 pitch swung on, fouled straight back. 3-2. Might have swung at ball 3, but it was really close. He takes that. It really would have been up to the umpire's discretion. So good job by Michael to fight that off. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, pops that up. Do it again. Two count to Michael. He doubled in the first and came in on the Ozzie Albies home run. The 2-2 offering, way outside wide, 95 miles an hour, ball 3. Full count to Michael Harris II. Okert comes set. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is belted down the right field line. Up against, smacks the pole, and that ball is gone. Wasn't sure that ball left on a shutter. And the way it hit that cement pole behind the foul pole, it kind of played tricks on my eyes, but Michael Harris II plows one. And the Braves cut the lead at half. It's 5-4. You knew the ball was gone. It was whether or not it was staying fair. Just curled inside the right field foul pole. Michael Harris pounded that ball. It actually hit the foul pole. I thought it hit the cement pole behind it. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and tapped off the plate. It's on. Man, that thing take off. So 5-4 your score. Ozzie Albies from the right side, open stance, lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch swung on, fisted into center field, but that'll be easily playable for Jazz Chisholm, and there's 2 away. 2 down. Michael Harris leading off today because of the injury to Ronald Acuna Jr. It's not expected to be a long absence by Jr. They're calling it cramps. Okay, the ball did say I was right the first time. It hit the foul pole, then it hit the cement pole and ricocheted back off the foul pole. So it was like a ping pong action out there in right field. First pitch on the way to Riley is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. I finally saw the side view from the Miami broadcast. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and squeezes it down the first base line, but foul. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Riley. He's 1 for 2. The towering home run in his own right. 2 outs. Matt Olson stands on deck. Lefty-righty matchup. Okert comes set and lets it go. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. That's a can of corn over towards first. Gurriel makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put one on the board. We'll be back in the flash. The Braves crawl within 1.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here. Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm, but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jackson Stevens will go back to work out there. Stevens set to face Sanchez, Hampson, and Jazz. The first pitch on the way is a curveball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and deals. Curveball swung on, hit hard right at Olson. A one-hopper. He turns, flips it to Stevens. Jackson covers first, touches the bag, and there's one away. Good defensive play by Olson. Good job by Stevens to hustle over there in time. So one down, righty-righty matchup as Hampson comes to the plate. Hampson, 1 for 1 with a walk. The first pitch on the way, 92 miles an hour. Top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball down and away, 1-1. The 1-1 just misses. 2-1. Tried to chase that slider. Really has a tight bite to it, more like a sinker. Right-hander George Soriano is warming up in the Miami bullpen. The 2-1 pitch rifled foul into the seats. Ricocheting through the crowd. It's 2-2. Boston leads Toronto 2-1 in the top of the 9th inning. Games of interest for the Braves tonight, if you're wondering. The 2-2 pitch misses high. Fastball, 3-2. Tampa Bay and Baltimore are now tied atop the AL East. So the Braves will gain on one of them regardless what happens here. The 3-2 pitch swung on, foul down the line. Do it again. It's Glasnow versus Rodriguez tonight. Tomorrow, it's Luttrell versus Kramer to end that series. The other game of interest for Atlanta Braves fans, Dodgers in Seattle. That is 9:40 tonight. Kershaw versus Miller. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball caught, looking, strike 3. Hampson tried to flip his bat out like he was heading down to first. He knew in the back of his mind that was a strike, trying to get the call. Just kissed the black on the outer edge. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. Stevens at 30 pitches. He threw a little over 45 the other night, so he may have another inning left in him. First pitch on the way to Jazz Chisholm, 93 top of the zone. Just misses high. It's 1-0. Jazz 1 for 2. Single in the third. 16 home runs, 40 RBI for Jazz. The 1-0 pitch, did he go around? I'm going to say he didn't look like he might have offered, but it's 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Braves trail by 1. The pitch on the way. Shows bunt. Pulls it back. Ball 3, 3-0. Jazz Chisholm has 4 bunt hits this year, 1 sacrifice bunt. The 3-0 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. 3-1. Got a 3-1 count to Jazz. Stevens comes set. The pitch on the way. Changeup right there for a strike on the outer edge, 3-2. Jazz dropped the bat like he was heading to first. Let's see if home plate umpire Adrian Johnson holds that against him. Normally, they don't like being shown up like that. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball just misses, ball 4. Not sure what's going on in the Boston game. There's been a heck of a delay for quite a while. It's not weather related. There's something going on in the field that they're not showing. All they keep panning to is the infielders kneeling down for Toronto, waiting for whatever it is to get straightened out. First pitch on the way to John Birdie with 1 on, 2 out. Fastball on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Runner takes off. Jazz is safe. The pitch misses out of the zone, so you got a 1-1 count now. Jazz Chisholm steals second. 20th stolen base of the year. Now in scoring position, Birdie will try to knock him home. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball taken all the way. It's 1-2. So Jazz 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. Birdie will call timeout. Righty-righty matchup. Speed in the form of Jazz Chisholm at second. John Birdie, one of the fastest men in baseball in his own right. The 1-2 pitch. On the way. Swung on. Lifted high. Down the right field line. Bending. Foul into the crowd. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Not a whole lot of room down that right field side here in Miami. So a 1-2 from Stevens. Runner on second. 2 outs. Comes set and lets her rip. Fastball looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. We'll be back in a flash. Birdie doesn't like it. Grab some pine, birdie, little birdie. We'll be back in a flash.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown. The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Armchair.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, the national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, the great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves bring in Okert to face Matt Olson. That ball is swung on. That ball is belted. It's going back, back, back. 52, baby. That sucker's gone. Holy cow. Ram-a-llama, ding-dong, zip, boom, bam. Number 52 by Matt Olson, and the Braves have tied the ball game. 433 feet later, he took that to dead center. Sent that to hell on a shutter. Matt Olson, the all-time Atlanta Braves home run leader for one season. Tip of the cap to Mr. Olson. Oker tried to blow it right by him, and he sent it screaming into the night. And with that, Oker go grab some pine and watch the rest of the game. They're going to bring in the right-hander to face the Big Zoo. When we come back, Braves will try to take the lead. It's all knotted up in South Beach.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake?
Drake is good.
I told you that Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like
Thank you for the plasma TV.
Or
Thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And
Don't use your toothbrush.
For a limited time, introducing
I'm Still in the House.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Now I want to ask you about, wouldn't you rather have this name spelled G-O-O-S-H, the phonetic spelling, rather than all the S's, W's, and Z's?
Gives him some character, though.
G-W-O-S-D-Z is the spelling, but it's pronounced Goosh.
Well, his nickname is iChart, and you can understand that. It's about 72 points on the Scrabble board.
Well, then he ought to make a great umpire when he retires as a player. It's a bit low. Goosh, he's been around. I remember that name with other teams. He's been with Walla Walla, Reno, Amarillo, Hawaii, and San Diego. That evens a count, a ball, and a strike.
Did you go to many games in Walla Walla?
I like the name of it. It's one of my favorite towns. Do you know what Walla Walla spelled backwards sounds like? Allah, Allah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't. I learn something every day working with you.
How'd we get started on this silly stuff?
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Braves win! Braves win! Braves win!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way inside to Marcell Ozuna for a ball 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Soriano, righty-righty matchup. Swung on, popped up, high in the sky. Easily playable. Who wants it? Birdie, the left fielder, comes in and grabs it. And there's one away. If you're just joining us, the Braves, Marlins tied 5-5 just moments ago. Number 52 by Matt Olson to dead center field. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. You know, that's a great proverbial monkey to get off of his back so he doesn't have to think about that the next several days. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Now everybody will start can he hit 60? The Braves 5, Marlins 5. The 1-1 pitch just off the plate wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Eddie Rosario 0 for today, 0 for 2. The 2-1 pitch swung on, tapped back to the mound. Easy out again, and there's 2 away. Two down is Sean Murphy. I forget who put it in. Somebody did earlier, but he is due. Sean Murphy comes to the plate. Seems like it's been more than a fortnight that he's hit one out. It's got to be hard to stay in a rhythm when you're only in every other game, but first pitch on the way, inside 95 miles an hour, almost gets him, and it's 1-0. Tied up here in the top of the 6th. 2 outs. Sean Murphy stands in on the 1-0. George Soriano comes and brings it. Swing, and that ball is rifled into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Birdie. He'll get it back into the infield pretty quickly, but on the play, the Atlanta Braves, with 1 out, have Murphy standing at first. Orlando Arcia coming up. Lando, see if he can keep it going. 1 on, 2 out, righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Slider drifts high for a strike inside. It's 0-1. Whatever that delay was in Toronto, they're back to their action. Boston and Toronto's in the 9th inning. Boston leads by 1. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Who wants it? Coming in, just about colliding again, is Jazz and Birdie. Jazz makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves score, tie it up, and Mr. Matt Olson hits number 52.
Better get that checked out.
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
Braves Country HD, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney,
the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up. It's 5-5. Stallings, and then the top of the order, Jackson Stevens, will be sent back out there for another inning. Righty-righty matchup to get it going. The first pitch on the way, 91 up top. Called for a high strike. It's 0-1. Good frame by Murphy. Probably got the call. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball just misses inside and high. 1-1. The 1-1, just on the outer edge, called for a strike sinker. It's 1-2. Stallings 0 for 2. 2 ground outs. He was the hero last night. The 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. They're going to say he did not. Looked like he might have offered, but it's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Stevens kicks and deals. Swing and pops it up. Foul high out of play. Do it again at 2-2. Braves 5, Miami 5. Bottom of 6. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go along. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Threw the hard gas up top, and there's one away. On this date, 1948, Joe DiMaggio's 300th career homer is the lone run that Detroit starter Fred Hutchinson gives up in his 2-1 complete game win over New York at Briggs Stadium. Yankee Clipper joins Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Mel Ott, Jimmy Fox, Roger Hornsby, Chuck Klein, and Hank Greenberg as the 8th major leaguer at the time to reach that milestone. First pitch on the way to leadoff hitter Arias is inside for a ball. Curveball misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch inside. Ball 2, 2-0. He has really pounded those off-speed pitches inside. For some reason, Atlanta keeps going to him. The 2-0 delivery. Sinker on the outer edge up top. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Stevens. Kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it down the line. Out of play. 2-2. You got a 2-2 count. The pitch on the way. Swung on and pops that up. Back behind home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. Looking ahead to the Braves' 7th inning, Atlanta will have Kevin Pillar in the top of the order due up. The 2-2 from Stevens. Swung on, and that ball is lifted into center field, down for a base hit. And it's a 1-out single for Luis Arias. On this date, 1960, in Braves history, Warren Spahn pitches a no-hitter, beating the Philadelphia Phillies at County Stadium in Milwaukee 4-0. The 39-year-old southpaw sets an all-time Braves franchise record with 15 strikeouts en route to his 20th victory of the season, marking the 10th time he will have reached that plateau. Jackson Stevens flips it over to first, keep Arias close by. Josh Bell, the batter. The first pitch on the way, curveball, top of the zone, first strike. It's 0-1. Josh Bell, 1 for 3, a single in the first, a run scored. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses high, 1-1. The 1-1 righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, swing and a miss, 93 up top, it's 1-2. Well, whatever your reasoning is, Napa, thanks for pulling for the Braves. The 1-2 pitch. Stevens comes set, kicks and deals, inside, ball 2. I've mentioned it before. I've been to that Marlins Park. It is awful. State of Florida has a stranglehold on the 2 worst stadiums in Major League Baseball. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit hard. It's going to dribble into right field. Thinking that might have went off the glove. Arias is trying to go first to third, and Pilar guns him down, baby! Go grab some pine! Kevin Pilar guns him from right field. And Arias knew it. He just jumped up and started jogging towards the bench. There's 2 away. Luis Arias got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. That ball did ricochet off of Olson's glove. He tried to backhand it. And Arias, guess he figured with Acuna being off, he would test Pilar's arm. You better, if you don't know, you better act somebody. Kevin Pilar's a Gold Glover in his own right. First pitch on the way to Berger is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Right there, top of the zone, 1-1. I'd say the difference between the 2 stadiums, between Miami and Tampa, is inside the stadium at Miami is actually a little nicer. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. But the game day attractions around Tampa Stadium is much better than Miami. So with it being said, if you have to go to one of them, don't. That's all I can tell you. They're both terrible experiences. If you've been to other real parks. The 2-1 pitch, top of the zone, zipped in the sinker at the top. Man, that thing danced with some 2-seam action. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, foul down the line. Well, I can't imagine Paris, the American Embassy Paris baseball field in Paris could compare to a Major League Baseball field. But if it could, it would probably be one of the Florida franchises. The 2-2 pitch. On the way from Stevens, swung on. That ball is rifled into center field. Cutting it off is Harris. He'll get it back quickly into the infield. Bell will go first to third. Bell doesn't run fast, but he was hustling the whole way. Berger, once again, another base hit. Yeah, that'll be the end of that clown. So runners on the corners, 2 out. Murphy's going to come out there to the mound, talk to Stevens. It looks like they're going to leave him in. Thought they may go get him. Jackson Stevens, a relief pitcher, is at 64 pitches. The Snicker's really letting him twist in the wind. So 2 down, Gurriel, runners on the corners, the 1-2 pitch. Fastball right there at the edge. It's 0-1. Yuli Gurriel, he's 1 for 2, hit a 3-run shot against Schuster. The 0-1. Swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. You got an 0-2 count. Stevens, 66 pitches in. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The 95-mile-an-hour fastball misses wide and outside. 1-2. One-two count. Stevens comes set, lets her go. Swung on, banged up the middle. Right to Ozzie Albies. He'll flip it to Olsen. 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. So the Marlins threat but fail to come across. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, with 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions. It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it and I went up to the guy working there and I was like, I have some good news.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Soriano set to face Kevin Pillar, Michael Harris, and then Ozzie Albies. First pitch on the way to Pillar, drifts inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Five your score. Top of 7. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss up top. It's 1-1. Good chance Skip Shoemaker makes another attempt into the bullpen after Pillar. The 1-1 off the edge wide. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 pitch to Kevin Pillar. He's 0 for 2 with a line out and a fly out, filling in for Ronald Acuna Jr. The 2-1 drifts inside, ball 3-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. out of the game, pulled out of the game late last night because of cramps and being left out today. More precautionary than anything else is what it sounds like. The 3-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up high in the sky, reached for ball 4, but thankfully that'll fall into the seats harmlessly. It's 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Kevin Pillar. On this date in 1966, Bob Gibson notches his 20th victory when he beats Chicago at Wrigley as the 3-2 pitch swung on, rifled over to first. A diving stab by Gurriel. He'll step on the bag and just get Pillar. There's one away. Good defensive play by Gurriel. That would have been extra bases had he not gotten to it. On this date in 1966, Bob Gibson gets his 20th victory when he goes the distance to beat the Cubs at Wrigley Field, 3-1. The Cardinal right-hander becomes the first pitcher in over 40 years to have consecutive 20-win seasons for a second division team. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris, misses in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Harris. He's 2 for 3 with a double, a home run. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul towards first. It's 1-1. Georgia Bulldogs are clinging to a 3-point lead in the fourth against South Carolina. Game they were heavily favored in. North Carolina, number 20, leads Minnesota in the fourth by a score of 24-13. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is going to get dropped towards center field, drifting back, making the catch is the shortstop Hampton. He's made some nifty plays with his speed today. There's 2 away. One last one on this date, 1979 at Yankee Stadium. The Bronx Bombers hold Catfish Hunter Day to honor the future Hall of Famer. On that same date, a 20-year-old left-hander named Dave Righetti makes his major league debut for the hometown team. First pitch to Ozzie Albies off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Gives up 3 runs on 3 hits while issuing 6 walks in 5 innings against the Detroit Tigers in 1979. That's your turn back time as the 1-0 pitch swung on, bang foul down the line. It's 1-1. That was your turn back time for Major League Baseball for September 16th. The history of this great game. So 1-1 to Ozzie. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. He was going for the downs on that one. He's already hit 1 home run today. It's 1-2. The 1-2 to Ozzie. Soriano comes set. Righty flips it inside, 2-2. 2-2 count. Soriano looks in. Pitch on the way. Swung on, taps it over towards first, and it's going to be a nifty little play by Gurriel to flip it to Soriano, who's covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Bottom of the 7th inning. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back that
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Well, you confused me with your name. First pitch on the way to AJ Minter, lefty-lefty matchup, swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. Jesus Sanchez 0 for 3, 2 ground outs. The 0-1 pitch, AJ Minter kicks and delivers. Strike up top, it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Minter comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one off the edge, and there's one away. Good pitch, good job by Minter getting the first out here in the inning. One down. Garrett Hampson will come to the plate. Back of the Braves bullpen has had a few days off, so you'd think they would have just about everybody ready to roll. First pitch on the way, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Looked like it grabbed the inner edge, but called for an inside ball. It's 1-0. Hampson 1 for 2 with the walk, a single, and RBI. A couple of really good plays at shortstop tonight. The 1-0 pitch. Bangs it off the plate. It's 1-1. Hampson batting .291 on the year, 3 home runs, 19 RBI. The 1-1 after a quick timeout. Minter comes set, pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Cutter downstairs, it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Braves and Marlins knotted up at 5. The 1-2 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. He gone. 2 up, 2 down. AJ Minter striking out the first 2 he sees, and that will bring up Jazz Chisholm to the plate. Jazz, lefty-lefty matchup. Now, he's shown bunt a few times today. You got to be prepared for that. The first pitch on the way to Jazz, swing and a miss, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Thought he may think about dropping one down. Riley is cheating in on the grass. The 0-1, Chisholm 1 for 2, a single, a walk, a stolen base. Cutter right there on the corner. It's 0-2. The 0-2 from Minter, he comes set. The pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. 1-2. Minter has struck out the first two batters he's seen here. He's got a 1-2 count to Jazz. They set up inside, then drift out where he's the 1-2. Misses the spot inside, 2-2. Sean Murphy was set up outside after originally drifting inside. Had to backhand it, would not get the call. The 2-2 pitch, down and in. Did he go? He did not. 3-2. So a full count now to Jazz after up 0-2. Minter, last thing he wants to do is walk here with Jazz's speed. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So Chisholm will now walk down to first again. He may be on the move again. That'll bring John Birdie to the plate. Birdie, lefty-righty matchup. Birdie, one of the fastest runners from plate to first in baseball. Chisholm does take off. A bad throw by Murphy. Easy stolen base by Jazz. He's in scoring position. 2 away. Jazz got a really good jump, almost like a drifting jump. Minter never really looked him back. So the 0-1 count to Birdie. Pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's on 0-2. The 0-2. Minter comes set. Pitch on the way. High and inside. 1-2. Jazz steals third with ease. Riley once again playing well back. No real chance to be able to cut him off there. Jazz Chisholm got a really big lead. Riley came up on third, but I think Murphy probably made the right call. He was never going to get Jazz. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball gets away from Murphy. Murphy flips it down to Olsen. Olsen steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. So Marlins threaten, get 90 feet away, but can't put the run across. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm a vegetarian, except for fish and the occasional steak. I love steak.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Anthony Rendon has been a very good hitter when healthy, but he has not been afraid to show his love for Taylor Swift. Before the 2016 season in spring training, Rendon showed up with an I Heart Taylor Swift shirt that he made himself.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves 5-5, and they will face Andrew Nardi. Nardi coming on to face the heart of the order. It'll be Austin Riley, Matt Olson, and Marcell Ozuna. The first pitch on the way to Riley. Fastball up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Nardi, we saw him last night. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Well behind that one, it's 0-2. Two weeks left in the regular season as the playoff races are heating up in other divisions. The 0-2 pitch, 1-2. High and out of the zone. Baltimore and Tampa Bay are now tied for the American League East. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. Minnesota's got an 8-game lead on Cleveland, so they're wrapping up the Central. But the West, Houston just a half game in front of Texas, a game and a half in front of Seattle. The 2-2, swing, and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again. Milwaukee's starting to put their stranglehold on the NL Central. They're 5.5 in front of the Cubs, 7 in front of the Reds. The 2-2 to Riley, inside, 3-2. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Dodgers are just a couple of days away from sewing up the NL West. But as far as the wild cards go, is a full count to Austin Riley. Lefty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Wild cards really heating up. In the American League, you have 3 teams fighting for 2 spots. Texas, Seattle, and Toronto are all separated by a game and a half. And in the National League, it's a 3-2 pitch, swung on, rifled off the glove of Hampson. He is human. He was making a diving attempt, ball going away from him. Actually, that is not Hampson. They have made either he shaved or they put Joey Wendell into the shortstop position. Hampson went to left field before this inning started. So that ball goes off of Wendell. And Austin Riley is down at first. We'll see how they play that. Looks like they're going to give it a base hit. And Austin Riley stands at first. Nobody out. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-0 pitch to Olsen is swung on. Lifted high, but not very deep. Coming in, making the catch is Sanchez. And there's one away. Got out in front of that, but just a little bit underneath it. As far as the National League wild card, that is where, you talk about this is like a NASCAR race going 6 wide into the corner, or at least 5 wide. Cubs, Arizona, Cincinnati, Miami, and San Francisco are all separated by 3 games with 2 weeks to go. First pitch on the way is inside to Ozuna. It's 1-0. Philadelphia would have to collapse. They are 4 games in front of the final wild card spot with the first wild card, the number 4 seed. The 1-0 to Ozuna, pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Riley at first, pitch on the way, ball 3. 3-0 the count. Nardi, the left-hander. I think he would definitely stay in to face Eddie, and after that, you never know. The 3-0 pitch. Swung on, rifled foul back out of play. It's 3-1. Travis d'Arnaud is being shown on deck. So it looks like he is going to pinch hit for Eddie. So that changes things a little bit. The 3-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, over the first base side into the crowd, and it's a full count to Ozuna. They do make that move, you would guess probably Forrest Wall would go to left field. Once again, Acuna, he's not even in uniform today. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So good at bat. Way to fight that off, Marcell Ozuna. He'll head down to first. Riley down to second. Runners on first and second, 1 out. So runner on first and second, 1 out. Infield, along with the pitching coach Stottlemyre, is going to go out there and talk to d'Arnaud. Talk to Nardi as d'Arnaud's coming to face him. Travis d'Arnaud is 1 for 1 with a home run and 2 RBIs and a walk lifetime versus Andrew Nardi. Yes, Matt Olson broke the Atlanta Braves home run record earlier today. He hit number 52 back in the 5th or 6th inning. So that is off the boards. You've had home runs by Ozzie, Riley, Matt Olson, along with Michael Harris II. So the top 4 guys in the order have all homered. So Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate, and here's the pitch. Swing and a miss strike, 91 miles an hour, just in on the hands. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Nardi comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Fouled straight back. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. 1 down. Runners on first and second. Sean Murphy stands on deck. Nardi comes set. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Travis d'Arnaud blown away with 3 pitches. They went fastball, fastball, fastball. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. Now Sean Murphy, it'll be up to him. Try to break this scoreless tie here in the 8th. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Pops it up. High in the sky. Drifting into the stands. It's 0-1. Sean Murphy just needs a base hit, a dribble, or anything. The 0-1 inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Someone, I don't know what they were doing. So the ball got hit into the crowd, and there was a Marlin fan, I think it was a Marlin fan, throwing a tub of popcorn in the air to try to catch the ball, but it was like 3-4 rows behind him. The 1-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-2. So popcorn went flying. He didn't get the baseball. I mean, it was just, Not sure what he was doing. He chucked it, several feet in the air, and then the popcorn went flying. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. That ball got him on the foot off the bounce. Sean Murphy appears to be okay, and he'll head down to first. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And the Magic Kingdom coming to the plate. Orlando Arcia has a chance to play hero. That ball bounced and then hit the top of his left foot. I think it actually hit him right where he's got a protector there. So fortunate bounce. Puts the bases loaded, and I believe, they're going to go make a pitching change. So we'll be back in a flash. Bases loaded. They got a righty and a lefty warming up. See which one they go to. We'll be right back.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A lineup off Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Ground." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Well, this is interesting. They're going to go to the closer. He pitched last night. First pitch on the way. The closer, Tanner Scott, here in the 8th inning. I would assume they'll send him back out there for the 9th if he's successful. So that'll be interesting to see how this plays out. If he can get the final 4 outs, they are in desperation mode. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia, lefty-righty matchup, swung on, hit hard on the ground, and that's an easy out, back given away by Arcia. That'll end the inning, 5-3 putout. We'll be back in a flash.
Lastly, before I open the bar in the morning, I always make sure to turn on the Coors sign, let people know we got Ice Delicious Coors in the bar, and then that's the last thing I do.
That sign does not say Coors.
Come outside. Come outside. Come outside. It's closed. It says closed. Okay. Yeah, right. I can see that now. But, you can't really read it from the inside. You can't read it from the outside.
Right. It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had one season with 50 or more home runs, one season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 two-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously, they came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team, seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves failed to score. Lando Arcia really giving away that at bat. I mean, swings at the first pitch underneath his hands. So a bases loaded opportunity squandered. Forrest Wall will replace Darnode, who replaced Rosario, into left field. Kirby Yates is coming on. He'll face Stallings and then the top of the order. Looks like Georgia's going to hold on to beat South Carolina. They struggled pretty much all game, but it looks like they've got a 10-point lead with a few minutes left. First pitch on the way from Yates to Stallings is a fastball. Top of the zone, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Stallings. Oh for 3, 2 ground outs, a strikeout. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. Stallings holds up. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Yates comes set. Fastball right there at the knees, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Kirby Yates lifts the glove, lets it go, swung on, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. We'll do it again. The 1-2 from Yates. Comes set, pitch on the way, 95 off the dish. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count, Yates. Sorry, 2-2. A 2-2 count from Yates. Nobody on, nobody out. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 94 up top. About letter high, couldn't catch up, and there's one away. So one down in the top of the order, Arias, who's 3 for 4 with a home run, comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Sinker off the edge, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Arias, 5 for 9 in this series. The 1-0 pitch swung on, rifled foul and out of play. It's 1-1. Lefty right or righty lefty matchup, I should say. The 1-1 tails off the plate, splitter misses, 2-1. Red Sox lead Toronto 3-2. That game is in extra innings. It is now on the 12th. The 2-1 pitch swung on, banged down the first base line, just foul. Olsen was on it, but it went plenty foul. It's 2-2. Braves 5, Marlins 5, bottom of the 8th. It was 3-0 Atlanta in the top of the first. Miami made it 4-3 in the bottom of the first. Added a run to make it 5-3 in the third. And the Braves clawed back, getting 1 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th. The 2-2, off the plate wide, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Arias. Last thing Yates wants to do is walk Arias. Stolen base threat. The 3-2 pitch swung on, foul down the line, 95 miles an hour just off the plate. Looks like he probably swung at ball 4. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Standing on deck is Bell, Berger in the hole. The 3-2. Yates comes set. Pitch on the way, swung on, rifled that, foul down the left field line, out of play. Do it once again, 3-2. Yates comes set. Raises the glove, the payoff pitch. Swung on, and that ball is lifted high into left field. Drifting back, having to recalculate is Wall. He'll make the catch just before the warning track, and there's 2 away. Wall almost got tied up with his shoelaces there. I think he misread it, thought that ball was much farther, had to slam on the brakes and then come back and readjust. We've all heard about the prowess of his base running. As far as his glove, we really haven't heard a whole lot about it. I've never heard it to be an issue, but that was too close for comfort. The first pitch on the way to Bell, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Bell, 20 home runs, 243 average, the 1-0 pitch. Right there. I don't know where that missed. Adrian Johnson, who's called a pretty good game, and he's had some bad ones that we've had, but today's been pretty good. He flat out missed that call. The 2-0 to Bell, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 2-1. You can see it on your monitor. That's pretty much where the ball landed. That second pitch, that was definitely a strike. The 2-1 from Kirby. Comes set, lets it go. High and inside, ball 3. So a 3-1 count to Bell really changes the at-bat when you go from what would have been 1-1 to 2-0. The 3-1 from Yates, off the plate, wide, ball 4. So Yates loses Bell. Now he's barking at the home plate umpire, visibly cursing loud past the diamond. I'm sure some of it is he's mad at himself, and some of it he's irate with that call. You can't let that get to you. You got to move on. They will pinch hit for Josh Bell, who's a very slow runner. Looks like it's going to be Myers coming into the game. Dane Myers, 27-year-old. Drafted by the Tigers back in 2017 in the 6th round. First pitch on the way to Berger. Righty-righty matchup. Yates turns around and does a quick flip, trying to keep him close by. So runner on first, 2 outs. Jake Berger, who 2 for 3. Seems like we haven't gotten him out at all this series. A double, a walk, single, 2 runs scored. The pitch on the way. Drifts inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Yates lets it go. Down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. It is a final in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 31-13 over Minnesota, so they'll remain undefeated. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and rifles that foul down the line. It's 2-1. Florida State beat Boston College. Louisville over Indiana. And Wake Forest over Old Dominion. As far as the Southeastern Conference is concerned, Georgia will hold on to beat South Carolina. It looks like the 2-1 pitch swung on, hit high, and that ball is gone. Berger once again absolutely pounding the Braves pitching staff in the 2-run shot. Kirby Yates coughs up a 2-run homer to Berger. And Cheeseburger hits the plate, and it's a 2-run lead for Miami. Cheeseburger sent that over the center field wall. Didn't look like it was going to keep going. I thought it was going to go off the top of the fence, but it just kept going. Alabama and South Florida, by the way, they are tied at 3. South Florida is terrible. They're tied at 3 in the third. First pitch on the way to Gurriel. Swung on. Roasted foul down the line. It's 0-1. Just got way too much of the plate. The 0-1 from Yates. Swung on. Tapped down the third base line. I don't think Riley's going to be able to get to it. He does not. It's going to be an infield single for the slow-footed Gurriel. He'll beat it out. 1 on, 2 outs. So 1 on, 2 outs. Atlanta Braves. Trail now by 2. The pitch on the way to Sanchez, who's 0 for 4, is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves had plenty of chances to come back and take this lead. They just kept leaving runners on. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, it's 2-0. I don't think you're going to see anyone else come out of the pen. This is Kirby Yates' mess to clean up. Kranitz is going to come out there and talk to him, try to calm him down a little bit. Probably just more of a reminder. This is all you, bud. Braves trail 7-5 after the 2-run home run given up. Yates is back to work. The first pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, it's 1-0. Kirby Yates comes set. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back 95 miles an hour. Braves trail 7-5. They will as a 3-1 pitch, misses inside, ball 4. So Yates loses another one, walks galore. They're leaving him out there to twist and a win. He has thrown 30 pitches. Hampson comes on, righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 1-0. Snicker is finally going to come out there and get him. Well, that's shocking. I thought he was leaving him there to twist in the wind. So Kirby Yates is going to come off the mound. We'll have a pitching change and be back in a flash.
What's the best part of being a Mets fan?
To be honest with you, like the character development, it really builds you for the rest of your life because it's such a miserable franchise. A lot of peaks and valleys with this team.
So if that's the best part, what's the worst part?
Probably May through September.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Excuse me, what the hell's going on out here? Well, Nick's scared because his eyelids are jammed in his old man's hair. We need a live, was it a live rooster? We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie or Jimmy for their wedding present.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
I love watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it? These 9 guys on the field. If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other. And with all of their memory of the other person, and the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 2. We're here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Michael Tonkin comes in. Tonkin shoots the first pitch, high and out of the zone, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Misses outside. The 2-0 misses way outside wide, 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Pitch on the way, inside for a strike. It's 3-1. Michael Tonkin. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch to Hampson is swung on and grounded foul hard down the third base line. Full count. So a full count. The 3-2 pitch just misses, ball 4. They checked down the line to see if Hampson went around. He did not. Michael Tonkin, and that looked like he went after that. Showing the replay. He absolutely went after that. That was a terrible call. First base umpire today, Manny Gonzalez. That bat went around the plate. Murphy wants time. He'll go out there and talk to Tonkin. Tonkin comes set. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Curves inside. They're going to say that missed. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. 93 miles an hour. Fires it back behind home plate. Slaps it up against the screen. We'll do it again. Bases loaded. 2 outs. The 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Just got a piece of that to stay alive. Maybe a stitch or two. So a 1-2 count from Tonkin. Pitch on the way, swung on, tapped that foul. That was almost like a cricket swing. That ball bounced and then he tapped it. We'll do it again. Michael Tonkin trying to get out of this jam. Kirby Yates loaded the bases here. There's 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted into right field. And that is an absolute moonshot, a grand slam. And the Miami Marlins have blown it wide open. 17th home run of the year. And oh my word. Kept fighting and fighting and fighting. And somehow Tonkin fired that pitch in, and it was just above the knees right there in his wheelhouse. And Chisholm makes it 11-5. So 11-5 your score. The first pitch on the way to Wendell misses for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch misses inside, 2-0. I mean, that was an absolute moonshot. Tonkin knew it the moment it was swung on. So 11-5 your score. If you're just joining us, this game just got out of hand a second ago. All 6 runs to take the lead were scored here in the bottom of the 8th. The Braves have been fighting back and several times. They had the bases loaded. They had all kinds of chances to score and could not come through. The 2-2 pitch to Wendell, swung on, hit high and deep down the line. Foul, it's 2-2. Kind of expected Atlanta to, as the 2-2 pitch Grounded over to second, a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves have one last chance. It looks like they will send Scott back out there to the mound. Guess the good news is we won't see their closer tomorrow. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
Braves Country HD, covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
Myers bringing it, and the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first. Benzinger backing and calling, and the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Bell, off field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a rube out of the cornfields of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot, with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Tanner Scott. It's a swing and a miss by Pilar. It's 0-1. Scott with a 6-run lead, the closer, so he may not be that sharp, especially if that after that long rest. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96 up top. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Scott comes set. Swing! And that ball's lifted high, but not very deep. A pop-up. Got underneath that one. And it finally comes down into the glove of the left fielder, Hampson, and there's one away. Top of the 9th inning. In a game that was nip and tuck all game long, the bottom of the 8th, Braves bullpen gave up 6 runs, mainly from Kirby Yates. I still contest a lot of that has to do with his frustration from that poorly called strike or non-strike by home plate umpire Adrian Johnson. First pitch to Harris, misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a foul down the line. It's 1-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. I think the biggest thing you would like to see here from Atlanta's work to count here, Scott pitched last night. He's being asked to get 4 outs tonight. Most likely, no matter what, he's not available tomorrow, but you'd like to make sure. The 2-1 pitch swung on, foul down the line, 2-2. Braves tomorrow will have Charlie Morton, not Jared Schuster, on the mound, so you like your chances a lot better. The 2-2. Kicks and deals, swung on, and that ball is rifled into left field, down for a base hit. Michael Harris, the second, might get something going here at the top of the 9th inning. Braves trying to put some hits together. At least make Scott work. So 1 on, 1 out. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Ozzie, first pitch on the way. Slider right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way, swung on, bang, foul down the line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Harris at first. Marlins 11, Braves 5, top of 9, the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, dragged over to second, slow developing play. Only play is going to be to flip it over to first and get Ozzie Albies, and there's 2 away. 2 down. Austin Riley will come to the plate. So 2 down, and Austin Riley, who hit his 36th home run tonight, first pitch on the way, grabs the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. High and out of the zone, 98 miles an hour, 1-1. Scott, 14 pitches. The 1-1 to Austin. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catches, Jazz Chisholm. That'll end the inning. That'll end the game. And it's fitting that Jazz caught the ball. He had the grand slam that won it all. 11-5 your final. Braves lose a tough one after fighting back to get in this one. Pitching just wasn't there today. You're not going to win many games giving up 11 runs. 11 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Marlins, 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Braves. And the Braves will have to hold on to try to cut their magic number down. It's still 9 for the National League and 10 for the Major League Baseball best record. Y'all have a great night, Braves Country. We'll see you next time. Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac Magee. Have a great night.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?